Good morning. I mean that honestly. Really is a good one today. And trust me, it's not always. But this one, I've done some research. I've compared it to every other morning I've had. It's definitely a good one. How you guys feeling? Eric is 4-2 today. Because Aryan is not playing. I don't know who makes those decisions, so can't really see anything there. Maybe Aryan was like, I'm done. I need a break, coach. Or maybe the coach was like, yeah, you won the game that helped us win the match yesterday, but that's not good enough. Go ride the bench. Or maybe Magnus was like, Aryan blundered a draw in the last game with Rook F7, allowing D4, and then all the pawns get taken and they're stalemate. So, coach, why don't you sit him right down there and he can think about what he's done. So, who knows? But they won their last match, and I can show you guys what's happening today before we look at the chess. We have offer spill. It's a tough table to follow. If you know what you're doing, I think it's well organized. But if you like stats and organization, you know who you are. Then I think you'd appreciate this this website. Chess results always has everything. Novibor won all their matches, by the way. Offer spill. We saw the last time they played, they won. And this is what we're looking at. So, they're fifth overall. And I think when I said they were third overall yesterday, there was still one match or two matches in progress. This team, you know, they have the same amount of points, but they got there a little differently. 3 wins, 2 draws. But the tiebreaker, as you can see, is individual game points. So this team has actually won 4 matches, lost 1. Won 4 matches, drawn 1. But their game points are like worse than a lot of teams. So if they get caught up to, they'll probably drop a lot in the standings. Okay, so offer spill. Eric is 3 out of 4. Good result for him so far. Magnus is 3.5. Johann Sebastian is 4 out of 5. So some good results. Aryan's only lost 1 game, but he's also played every game. Eric and Magnus have both rested. And I think it's good practice to have your top players all take a breather once in a while. You know, you don't want to play every game. You're going to tire out the lads. So, this is what's happening today. We're playing a team that actually we're sizable favorites against. Because Aryan decided not to play, it means that Eric gets black again. Are you guys all still confused by that concept, or is it starting to make some sense? Basically, the team alternates white and black, and when the team is white, the first board is white, and it alternates, and when the team is black, the first board is black, and then it alternates. So you can see how it's possible for certain players to literally be white every single game in the event, because when their team is white, they might be on an odd number board, and when their team is black, they might be on an even number board. So it is possible to have 7 games with white. Hello to Eddie, the endgame magician. Let's put that command in the title right now. Exclamation mark HBD. I will be the first to start us off. Thank you, Eddie. And a happy birthday, sir. I wonder, is Nightbot subbed right now? I feel like Nightbot was subbed, but all right, fine. I'll let you guys do it too. Damn, Nightbot ain't subbed out here? I thought so too, Goblin. So what the hell? So, Magnus, big rating favorite, also got the white pieces. Magnus not winning this game would be surprising. He's playing a 2500 GM. It's basically like me. You know what I mean? He's basically playing me. I should be getting crushed in this game. Also, there is a player on their last board who is not even titled. And if you look at all boards, they have about a 100 rating advantage here, you know, 275 rating point advantage there, 150 or so, you know, big rating advantages on every single board. Okay, so safe to say, we are absolutely expected to win this match. And I would say in this particular case, you definitely expect the biggest results from the biggest discrepancies. For example, this one, 2300 against nearly 2600 with the white pieces, and 2500 against 2850 with the white pieces. These are the biggest games to look out for. And then also on the last board, an untitled player, even though he has the white pieces, I think I'm looking I'm looking at that board as pretty important. So that's my take. Those are the most important boards, these three. Let's see how the games are going. Yes, we got the Udi. We do have the Udi. Very comfy, very cozy. I think there is back rank mate. That's sort of part of it. Thanks, Sean, for the bits. Magnus goes for a very tame setup. A very equalish setup. Looking at these moves, castle. And black has to decide if they're going for something like c5. And they can go really solid with c6, not really look to do anything too aggressive. C6, bishop f5. Or go for c5 themselves. So I have a question. If bishop f5 happens, how will white react to this? Because bishop d3 doesn't feel like it's any advantage. And if you go like this, you know, then you only have the e2 square, basically. You can't go there. So is the idea to go here, castle, and say, you know, black's not always happy having a bishop here. Because if black ever plays e6, which is a normal move to play, well, then because you've played g6, your bishop can sometimes almost get trapped out there. You have to be really careful. And if you don't play e6, not only is your center always a little bit weaker, but you're still going to have a knight on d7, you know, and the bishop can still come under fire. Knight e5, g4, stuff like that. So black did go for c5. Makes a lot of sense. Whenever I see this, I always feel compelled to mention the Hikaru Nakamura trap. I feel like I see it all the time, but if you go like this, it's so tempting to go c5. And Hikaru plays this system all the time. But a lot of people play c5 because, I mean, the move is so damn natural. Right? You've got this. You got maybe knight e4, queen a5, knight a6. You can win the pawn back. But people love to go c5. And after takes, they love to go check. And after pawn to c3, surprisingly, well, you're threatening b4, but surprisingly after you take here, white plays bishop a3. And because of your dumb position, there's no way to defend your pawn. So you're in this weird spot where you literally lose your center pawn 8 moves into the game, and it leaves you with an isolated d pawn as a result. You win this pawn, then you can even trade immediately, plant a knight on d4, and just, you're chilling for the entire game. So, this is a Hikaru specialty. Legitimately, not just a good trap, but it gets everyone. It gets, like, top players fall for this all the time. Like, crazy. So anyway, it's a little bit different here because in this case, you'll notice that black's d pawn is on d5. So let's say in this position, if white did this, whatever, you know, black did this. First of all, there's no bishop a3 because the knight's not there. So the moves that need to be taken back are those two. Also, even if you could play here, black could just go queen c7 and guard the pawn. So the presence of this move and this move mean that what you're watching on the board is not what I just showed you there. So, he did go c5, he did go queen a5, but that always reminds me of that Hikaru trap. Goal 11, thanks for the 51-month resub with Twitch Prime. All right, so that's Magnus's board. Eric, black pieces. And we're only just getting started. Both of the lads have used about 9-10 minutes on the clock. Eric's on board 2, as I mentioned, which means he has the black pieces. Arian is not playing today. But the boys are pretty big favorites against the club that they're up against here. So not much to say about this. I'll let a few more moves happen before we really dive into it. But Ruy Lopez, basically D3 Berlin is what we've got on the board here. So we'll come back to this. As for this opening, yeah, this one is also, like, as you can literally see, extremely symmetrical. So many moves to pass. This is a copycat speedrun energy. Bishop e3 is a very common move to hit that pawn. And these pawns are kind of I think they're the determining factors in the position, because you can't really defend them very easily due to the bishops. And so they become easy to target. Knight a5, bishop e6. But also, because it's symmetrical, white goes first. And going first means that whatever threats black can make, white can make first. So white can then go here and here and attack this pawn before black can. Now, a lot of times it liquidates and evens out, but let's say you went here. Black might defend it with queen there, and then already, you know, you can hit them with a move like knight a4. For example. You can defend it with something like knight d7, queen b3, queen b6, and another very common idea in this situation is queen b5 to hit that pawn and hit the queen. Knight a4 still possible. And again, it's about the pressure here, because b6, you're always a little apprehensive to do that move. Answers. So it's a tricky line. It's not for the faint of heart. Like, you can't just walk in here, say, oh, it's even, it's symmetrical, GG, draw. As Eddie is pointing out in the chat, a lot of times you actually give up the pawn in order to get some counterplay in the middle game, and you have to be damn sure you know when you can give that pawn up and when you can't. So that's kind of what this opening is all about. These pawns are pretty crucial. White has played a different move, bishop f4, and funny enough, you know, we just went and talked about that whole line, and I just mentioned a few ideas. White played the move bishop f4, which is a different move than bishop e3. Black played knight h5 and bishop e3. Now, if you ask me, this is the same line as when the knight's on f6, except now we've got the knight on h5. I think that just favors white. I mean, basically everything we just talked about, now there's a knight on h5. Yes, you're going to have that bishop open, but long term, that knight is going to have to return to f6. You can't play the whole game down a knight on h5. It just doesn't make sense. So knight h5 to me seems to be looks like maybe a small advantage for white already. So I'm seeing knight h5 based on what we just talked about. I think it's good for us. Also, truly, with the white pieces, 2576 against the 2300 FM, maybe brand new FM, I'm not sure. This also is the most one-sided rating matchup on the whole team. So this is a key board that I mentioned earlier. I think we absolutely need a win on this board to be comfortably winning the match. Andy is Yoda. Thanks for the 45-month resub. Echo XO Chess. Appreciate that. We got a nice raid, morning raid, as we like to call it, for our early commentary. And it's better to have more people in here. I've got my coffee. I hope you, some of you do as well. Guys like Kilimanjaro, Ralph, you know, coffee check. That's right. We do have yes, Peepo coffee. A cup of joe. Magnus and board 1. Yes. Magnus and board 1 is a, let's just say, a different story. Magnus and board 1 is like, first of all, he's going to be higher rated than all his opponents, but in terms of the humans on the team, the mortals, in terms of the mortals, I think this is a pretty serious mismatch. I would argue that they're very similar, though. Like, you know, 2850, let's say to 2500. You know, it's 350 rating points. But then if you've got, let's say, you know, 275 rating points here, I would argue that it's a little bit similar. The expected score is probably different, but you know, for the most part, you expect a you know, the same difference between two players as it goes up should mean less, technically. So like, let's say 300 points from 700 to 1000 should be like a crush, whereas 2800 to 2500 is not necessarily going to be a crush. It should be still. 300 points is meaningful, but you'd expect the 700 to just not even have a chance against the 1000 in tournament chess. But yeah, Magnus with the white pieces, we're definitely going to be watching this game. I think the two games with the white pieces are very important. Magnus looking to gain some time on that queen here. Early rook c1 coming. Low to Elefante. Let's check the rest of the games though. Urkadal, who played a pretty good game yesterday. He's got the black pieces here. So actually after knight d2 here, if it was played, knight c3 is maybe a bit better. But my point is, after knight d2, we would actually be seeing a pretty similar position to the Magnus game. And I mentioned that, you know, there's a very solid way for black to play. Well, here you go. Got a4 ideas. Bishop e4 is solid as well. Knight f6. Looks like a pretty good and solid opening so far. But again, very similar to the Magnus Magnus position, and trades. You know, we need to rook c1, and black would immediately try to probably play knight e4 there. But bishop e4 looks like a good move next as well. If the knight ever moves, then you're happy to trade. And trading light square bishops is definitely a dream here for black. You just see where the pawns are fixed in the position. And light square pawns here, which means I'd love to trade these bishops, play e6, and my bishop will be a lot better than its counterpart on c3. Okay, and a very solid game here. I'm not going to dive too much into this. But yeah, this is like a Maroczy bind setup. Black is happy, though, to have traded a pair of bishops. Definitely helps his position. You know, we're going to see moves like that. Either rook e8 or rook d8, a6. You know, it's a really solid game. White, on the other hand, maybe moves like this. And I think the point of this is, you know, to be very, very solid as white. So this could materialize into something later on, but for now, solid game for white. I don't think any particular advantage to speak of, but I don't think that's why you play the opening either. It should be a long game, and if black does not get in these breaks, b5 and d5, then you'll notice black doesn't have a lot of things to do in this position. So I treat these games for white sort of like having the bishop pair. And when I try to explain to lower rated players why the bishop pair is so valuable, or like what actually makes the bishop pair valuable, you know, the best analogy I have is comparing it to an investment. In investing in the bishop pair, if you treat it like a stock, the value of the stock goes up simply by holding it. It's one of those stocks. It's not a stock you day trade. You don't get the bishop pair and then get rid of the bishop pair 5 moves later and expect a return on investment. This is one of those set and forget stocks. It will appreciate over time. You just have to maintain it. You just have to maintain it. So simply holding the bishop pair will generally improve your position, or being able to show resilience and restraint, especially restraint in giving up the bishop pair will help a lot. Like playing a move like bishop g5 will only tempt you to do this. So if white had the bishop pair here, I would say, okay, chill. Just hold on to it. The longer the game goes, if you still have the bishop pair, the more it will have appreciated in value. Now, this position is very similar. I think if white just maintains this and stops black from playing b5 and d5, the 2 breaks in the position, and just kind of holds it steady, stays strong, white's position will get better and the winning chances will improve. But if white, you know, either allows a quick break or doesn't stay solid, tries to do too much too early, and it gets open up, and then that usually favors black. So I think we want to stay relatively controlled here. I look at these 3-4 moves as my next bunch of moves that I'm keen on playing, and we'll see how the game develops. But given the match overall, I think it's good to have a nice solid position like this. You can play this for a win later, but for now it's solid, and I don't think you're risking too much. We also have the white pieces in this match. All right, Wild Hacks, big resub there. A couple years under his belt. Thank you to Wild Hacks. 11, the tier 3, 24-month resub on Eddie, the Endgame Magician's birthday. Hello, Zippy. All right, we have the black pieces in this one. Last board here. I think we might be in theory here. I'm not too sure. But buddy Benji Haldorson has been playing pretty much immediately. Always take a look at the clock situation. It should inform you about the position on the board. We're up 30 minutes, which means probably theory. Or at least he's played it before. D5, and I mean, this bishop just can't breathe at the moment. If you don't take this pawn, en passant, I feel like you're dead. Like, if you just let black play b5, bishop b7, knight e7, you're cooked. There's no way you're doing well there. So if you take, which seems nearly forced, I imagine there might be a few decent options for black here. Queen d6, of course. But also maybe knight f6. That way, after queen d6, you're not dealing with knight e4, or at least it's not as annoying. So I'd really consider knight f6 and castle, and you can always take this pawn later. So I think this position is a good one already. You know, white's either going to have to waste another move moving the bishop, or more common, b3 bishop b2. But b3 bishop b2, if you open the diagonal for black, doesn't really make a lot of sense. And if you don't open the diagonal and you leave d5 there and you don't take en passant, well, then it's like, sure, you can go here, dude, but, you know, what exactly are you doing? It's not that great from b2. We might see this, indeed. You know, white has a lot of ways to play, like with a4, but I think black is doing just fine here. Christopher, am I rooting for the Norwegians? Yes, because of Arjen. You know, Arjen, he's definitely the reason a lot of people here are cheering for the team. I'd say the fact that Eric Hansen's on the team, admittedly, is playing into it. I gotta say. I just gotta come right out there and admit the bias. small determining factor. But, you know, before we get into the rest of the games, can we take a moment and appreciate Magnus Carlsen's games this tournament? Magnus drew his first game that we watched, and it seemed very uninteresting. But since then, I mean, Magnus has really been taking names in this tournament. I hope you guys can appreciate that we're seeing Magnus, like, utterly dominating. The wins that Magnus has put together have been pretty exciting to watch, so I hope you guys have been entertained. In this game against Naumann, this was the one where he sacked like 2-3 pawns. If you remember that game, he had white. He sacked a whole bunch of pawns. Against Hare Krishna, he had this really cool tactic, rook c8, and ended up winning a piece out of it. Played a long game. This was also when he played the English opening. He played 1c4 to start. And then he converted a nice endgame. And then Korobov, we just watched that game with the black pieces. He was just all over him from the start. And these are 2700s. Damn 2700s here. So I think the guy is feeling loose. Pretty exciting to watch right now. So I just hope you guys are appreciating the show that Magnus is putting on unintentionally. Speaking of the guy, let's have a look at his position right now. I think we left it around here. A3, C4. Of course, you want to take with the piece that hasn't developed yet, and castle. And in these situations, you just compare the quality of the pieces. You know, rook c1 or b4 is going to gain a full tempo against the queen. Queen's going to have to move again, very likely to h5. And this bishop doesn't, you know, it doesn't have a great square to go to. Bishop f5 kind of gets in the way of the queen. Not that it's a bad square, but, you know, there's no queen h5 there. So then if the queen gets attacked, she'd have to go back to b6, where maybe there's more issues later. Bishop f5. Also, knight d4 starts to harass it. But bishop g4, h3, you don't want to just hand over the bishop pair for no reason. .420, we're in Toronto right now. So you can highlight probably the next couple ideas for Magnus. Queen e2 or queen b3, h3, knight d4 perhaps, and of course like rook d1. So I think this is the outlook for Magnus here. Don't need to be overly fancy. As for black, what's the outlook? You know, it's not as simple. You can't just play b6, bishop b7, because there's firepower coming down the c file pretty soon. And then if you don't play b6, well, then you got to get this bishop out. You can't really go here. I talked about how bishop f5 is kind of in the way of a lot of things. So not that it's bad, but you start to think, okay, what exactly am I supposed to do here? And bishop g4, you're handing over the bishop pair to the world champion, no less. So all of a sudden, you have to put a few things together. If you go for b5, another move. Again, options for Magnus. Right? We can just calmly move the bishop back and say, okay, b5 might just be a weakness. You can also maybe play the move b4. intermezzo, and then chuck the bishop back on that diagonal to keep the pressure. So we might see something like this. I think I would give a lot of thought here, and I think I'm looking at the move b5 immediately. b4, queen b6, bishop, I'm not sure where, let's say b3. Could be a2 to allow for this, but somehow b3 seems more correct. And then as black, maybe a5 or bishop b7. That's what I'm thinking. Alternatively, bishop d3. But then, you know, if I can play this, I feel like I should be reasonably happy here. It's also easy for Magnus to get developed as well, but, you know, it seems like the pieces are getting to where they need to be. It does, Andy, but just remember, I'm going to be able to defend my bishop and attack your pawn with tempo, so be careful, because while you gain time doing this, I'm going to gain the time rate back, and you also have to watch out for pressure here, so it's probably a little more important to finish the development. But either way, yeah, I think black's moves kind of play themselves. However, if you don't go for something aggressive like b5 here, and I don't know, maybe you play the move a6 or bishop f5, then I think Magnus can start to wrangle potentially a very nice edge. So I'm not sure what the best plan is here, but I'm really focused on b5, as you can tell. But that's, you know, it's important. That's why I just flipped the board. It's important to consider what your plans are and what your opponent's plans are in any given position. Loafs, yeah, I think funnily enough, in that position, you actually have maybe the most options of any position on the chessboard. b5 here takes, and it's like you have two pieces hanging, but you maybe have the most solutions to a problem that you could possibly have. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like there's so many ways to not lose a piece here as white that it's actually harder to make a move that loses a piece than it is to lose a piece. Or than it is to save a piece, rather. Chubi, thanks for the 19 months, tier 3. As long as you're sub tier 3, Chubi, you won't get alerts, buddy. I like the idea, though. Guys, what do we think of queen b6? It's good to have you back, Chubi. Appreciate it, buddy. Queen b6, based on everything we just talked about, to me, low T move. Like, this is the kind of move that you just can't get away with too many of these against Magnus. The way that Magnus plays, there might be like a few moments where you just need to find that best move. Something about this does not scream best move to me. It really does not. Omid Malik with the raid. Oh, Measy Malik. The Alberta champion of the world. The only former champion to be reigning and defending. We haven't talked much about Eric's game. I wanted to wait for a few more moves to come in, so let's have the conversation. Let's have the tough talk now. What do we got here? Now, bishop to c5, castles, and knight d4. This is thought to be, I think, extremely solid theory from what I know. Like this stuff where you take, white plays c3, you go back, but you're also planning c6, d6. Like, I think this stuff is supposed to be super solid. Well, actually, after castles, white could play knight f3 and be down an entire tempo, bro. Well, really big opening here for white. Really big opening. I think so, Loafs. So I was saying before the match has started, or when we were looking at the pairings, you look for a big result from board one based on the rating differential and who we're talking about here, the world champion. You're always expecting that the guy might be able to get a win. Always has a very good chance. Also, Christensen, I think you look at this board and you should be expecting that he can put some pressure on his opponent. Almost 300 point rating difference and the white pieces. And then I think I look at the last board as well. And, you know, you're always going to feel like someone who's, 2200, untitled, even if they have the white pieces, I think you have a big advantage on the last board as well. So those are the keyboards for me, which means, in my opinion, of course, there are still favorites on the other boards. The team is a favorite no matter what. But I think that you're technically happy with a draw on the other boards given that. But it all depends on how the games go. If the other games aren't going well, you don't want to just make a draw for nothing. So Eric's game at the moment is symmetrical, it's equal, but it's not lifeless. But for sure, I think rating-wise, it might not be great for Eric to have a draw here. But team result-wise, I think it's fine. When you look at the pairings, Eric's board is, simply speaking, it is the closest board in terms of rating on any board in this match. There's only about 100 points between them, and Eric has the black pieces. So essentially, the best chance on paper for the opponents is on this board. But seriously, white cannot play the move knight f3. Because then you're literally transposing, and somehow you're down a move here. You definitely don't want to do that. So when I look at this position, because I know that's not the case, and because I also know we need to develop this bishop, isn't it is getting to be pretty obvious, right? White needs to play the move knight to c4. If white doesn't play knight c4 here, then I'm starting to get confused. Okay, maybe we can throw in a4, but in general, I feel like knight c4 needs to happen. So knight c4, bishop c7. Don't want to hand over the bishop for nothing. If we go for the move f4 straight away, then I think black just gets a more than fine position by taking and going d5. This seems like it should be enough. And if white wants to get out of the move d5, which seems to be happening, knight e3. And agree with you, Eddie. I'm not even sure if h3 is necessary, but queen f3 and knight f5 looks like something. So maybe knight e3 and go for that plan. Or in this position, bishop to g5 is the other one, where you might want to try to play f4 next. If h6, bishop h4. Here, though, when there's no knight on f3, black is always a lot more tempted by the move g5. Now, still, knight e3, you're going to be clamping on some squares here. But just saying, it's a little more tempting for black to play g5 when it immediately kicks the bishop back, and maybe there's bishop g4, knight h5 ideas. This wouldn't be my style, but it's certainly a way to play. But I think that, putting a knight here, sort of what Eddie was saying, going for this knight f5, you have a strong bishop on b3. That makes solid sense for white. Black, on the other hand, probably wants to play the move d5, maybe something simple like getting a trade in. How bad is d4 here? Doesn't look good at all. d4 takes, and then probably d5 here. Should win this pawn and get you into trouble as white. And even if you somehow win this pawn back, right? I don't know, rook e1 or queen e2, whatever it is. Let's just say that I don't have a better move and I can't defend the knight and I just go back and you win this pawn. It's still always going to be okay for black. Like, I don't think black's ever concerned. So, I like Eric's position here. I mean, it's a normal game. We've seen our buddy Eric up against, he's been down 45 minutes in the opening, up against theory, trying to remember stuff. I think he's, I'm not going to speak for him, but I think he'd probably be happier to play positions like this, where he just has probably a better understanding than his opponent. He's a stronger player, and he's not losing to some preparation or some theory. Heimdallr Schwartz, thanks for the 100 bits as well. So, completely agree with black's play here, because if you're gonna play knight h5, you have to make use of the fact that your bishop is now looking at the board, so to speak. If you don't, then the entire move knight h5 makes no sense. So, I think black is playing energetically. So I have a question. What about this move? Are you going to take? It kind of seems like that's the vibe, but I'm not sure. Play like f4. Time's about even here. He's having to think. I definitely think about the move rook d1. Carpocrat, 100 points is still pretty noticeable, but honestly not the craziest. Like a 2500 will beat a 2600, 24 will beat a 25. It'll happen. But I would say it's just that it's not that they'll necessarily beat them, but that a 2400 is probably expected to draw a 2500 a very good percentage of the time. h3. Yeah, h3 can be played. It feels to me like black, like if black is going to take here, and after rook d1, black is going to take here, then which move would I rather play? I'd rather play the rook than the pawn. So yes, h3 might make black take, but I think that black going here, they want to take anyway. So anytime you can see your opponent wants to do something like that, I'd rather force them to do it by moving the rook. Because now I'm threatening the knight. And they can play the move e5, but then they hand over the d5 square to me. I'm not sure that's in their interest. Yeah, Eddie, I would still give white the edge in a line like that. Oh, sorry, you mean not bishop takes, you mean knight takes. Got it. And bishop e6. Yeah, here I might I might still stand by what I said. But it's a lot more murky here. Rook e1, f4, bishop e3. White's probably never going to be too much worse here. Black has this strange knight on h5, but yeah, this is getting to be very, very equal. Rook d1. I like it. I'm not really sure which rook is better, but I like the idea of rook d1, and I think he chose that one to get off the diagonal, so that maybe there's ideas like b3 in the future. So, makes some sense to me. Makes some sense to me. This game, I think this game is going as well as it could. Like, black is not worse here. He's also up 30 minutes on the clock. So, I think this is going perfectly. A draw would be a fine team result in this game. But also, I think you can definitely still outplay as black here. This game went pretty much so far exactly as I thought. He's taking some time to get these moves out. He's got to be real careful of these, but this looks very solid thus far. Maybe a4, rook b1, bishop e3. So, not going to go too much into detail on that game, but I like what I'm seeing here. And in this game, we did have the en passant. Takes b3, bishop e2, castle. Again, black's position looks pretty reliable here. You got a strong bishop. You got control over the d4 square. And guess what? You're also at an hour and 32. So this game's looking very one-sided. It's just a big rating differential. So if I was looking at this match beforehand, as I said, I would be looking for wins from Magnus, wins from Christensen, and wins from Halldorson, and then draws on the rest of the boards. Speaking of Magnus, queen b6, b4, and after giving up the bishop pair, he looks to earn it right back with the move knight e4. And queen c2. So we'll see what Magnus can do with this position, because I think what we're about to see is, well, it's just the classic case of Magnus with maybe slightly better position. Can he outplay his opponent? There's an idea to play b5 as well, where the knight might have to go to a5, and then Magnus could just play against that knight, which would be sidelined. Queen b2 check. Rooks to the middle. You know, this king is a little bit vulnerable here. So we'll see what Magnus can do in this game. But it looks very Magnus-y. It looks very Magnus-y. He's happy enough here. He is playing a GM. But he's playing one of those baby GMs. Like Amon Hambleton, you know, 2,500. Ugh. 2506, you know, he's at risk of joining me in the 2400s soon. Ugh. Easy play for white. So the board situations, I mean, I think we're more or less okay on all the boards based on the result we need. Yeah, well, Magnus drew a 2550 and lost 3.5 rating. So he's probably losing like four rating points or something like that here, which is very annoying. So let's say knight f6 happens. How good are you guys at prosecuting an advantage like the world champion? Let's just say black goes back, right? Easy move. What plans do we like here for white? I mean, these are obvious, but you know, let's say black will do the same thing. I think you guys got to be careful about this move until you're really in a position where you're really in a position where you can utilize it. G4 is a very committal move. I would certainly be afraid to play it here. It's bothersome. Now that being said, G4 deserves some consideration. You know, G5, Queen B2, but I have to say it's a frightening prospect. Perhaps that's in the future, though. Perhaps it's in the future. Well, quick Josh, you can only pressure on the clock so much. Like, if Magnus is playing at 2500, you'll basically never find him in time pressure. Ever. Pressuring on the clock really depends how much time the opponent takes. Magnus will generally play quick moves, so you can only put your opponent under as much pressure as they allow themselves to be put under. But Magnus goes for long games, which is why it's not really his style to like necessarily flag you or use time pressure early on as a weapon. He goes for long games, and Magnus truly tries to beat you over the board in every position. If time factors into your poor decisions, that's just a bonus for him. I think it's too slow, security guy. Also, you keep saying knight e5 as a move for black, which just hangs the knight. So you gotta be careful there. But yeah, I'm looking at rook c1, rook d1. If this rook moves, then maybe I'm thinking of bishop a2, queen b3. Because if black plays e6, then I feel like queen b2 is extremely strong. Yeah, knight g5 could provoke a slightly weakening move. Indeed, you're correct. But that's a big 2 tempi there. Well, quick Josh, I think every chess player in the world is in that spectrum. Magnus has good time management though in general. You won't find Magnus usually with a minute against his opponents like 25 to 30 minutes. And I think that's a big asset that he has, and it's probably not talked about too much. Like just never being like seriously down on time against your opponents, them never being able to weaponize time pressure, I think is always a pretty serious thing. It's very tough. Even the very best players get down on time, but I just feel like I never see it with Magnus. Knight d6 played. My feeling was knight f6 was a stronger move. Knight d6 I get, but leaving that diagonal open, I think is a long-term concession. So I think Magnus is now happy to do things like this. I wouldn't start with this check though. Generally, with checks, it's sort of understood that you know, you play them when there's a concrete idea, like that, including the check is actually part of your idea, or you save the check for later, like until the last possible moment. Meaning that, you know, if in this position white played bishop a2 and black played rook c8, it's like, yeah, queen b2 is maybe a move, but by the same token, I could also play another move, like a rook move. Because if black does something like knight takes b4, then I play the check. So you actually force your opponent to move their king before they do any real threats. Whereas if you give the check, they move their king anyway, and they're happy to spend this time. For example, maybe after rook c1, king g8, you don't need to go here anymore. You can choose a different square. And it's as if you've played queen b2 check without having to go to b2. Maybe I could go to b3 now. Put myself on a nicer diagonal. So you really want to save your checks for the last possible moment. Like a weaker player will play the check because they see the check. A stronger player will keep it in reserve. Magnus goes bishop e2. Doesn't see anything on this diagonal. And I think he kind of wants to keep b5 in mind, which will give him a lot of squares in the center for his knight. But yeah, we'll see the rooks come in the middle. As I said, queen b2 is always in reserve. Bishop g5, h6 has been played. Which game should we stay on? My booster juice has arrived. You guys know I can't start a morning without a BJ. So, gonna go grab the booster juice. We're gonna leave it here. There's not many moves in Eric's game, and they're keeping pace right now. So, gonna leave it here for a sec. I will be right back, guys. A few minutes. Covering the European Club Cup here, and the team definitely needs to win this match. No question about that. But all the boards look pretty good from what I can see right now. So, be back in a few minutes. BJ acquired. Canadian specialty. All right, no moves here. We get a few moves in the Magnus game. We did. He went bishop e2. And what's he going to do now? Rook's here. I have been thinking for a while that like maybe this was the plan, but with the knight on d6, I think first of all, this isn't even a threat because you can play a6. But there's also knight a5, and the knight sinks into d4 or c4 pretty nicely. So, I don't know. I don't know. Corn, thanks for the 15 months. Rook b1 to guard the queen. So there's maybe b5 idea, but no, I just don't think that is it. When I see knights like this, I am much more interested in moves like h4, h5. If the knight was on f6, I would never play h4. So yeah, I'm definitely thinking about this a bit more. White has moves like rook c5, rook c1. And the thing about the position is if the knight ever moves from that square, then the knight jumps into e5. Like if black ever, I don't know where you move the knight b8 or something, then white's going to throw in knight e5. And knight e5, bishop f3, you know, moving this h-pawn up the board. It's easy to see what white does. So I think this position right here is a great example. Maybe even this position. It's a great example of a spot where you can actually see the difference between 2850 and 2500. So I'm curious what happens next, but I think Magnus is going for the Eddie Barber method of using the c5 square, the hook. If a5 happens, then I think we might see b5, perhaps. a5, b5, and a4 or something like that. Knight e5 coming. All right, so we'll leave Magnus for the moment. Eric with some decisions to make after bishop h4. I was saying g5 is a move, but it's not completely desirable because white's also one move away from occupying, for example, the f5 square, right? Which is now tender. The endgame grind. Eddie, I think he knows it's your birthday. He's trying to put on a show for you, buddy. Maybe an endgame win for Eddie, the endgame magician. Now, I was expecting a line like this. So, if g4, then black's going to go back, and while you can play something like this, I don't think you really want to. Knight d5 is extremely strong, and even without winning a pawn back here, I think black is happy enough with this position. So there's like no circumstance where white would ever do this. But if this knight, for example, was on c6, then I would say black has a tremendous position. Just really easy play. But this knight is the difference at the moment. So I'm more thinking about moves like f4. Then after you see f4, while this is a threat right here, I think it can also be be dealt with, maybe like queen e7. And again, g4 now, knight f6 hits the g-pawn, so then that's just not an option. And if you don't trade this knight very, very quickly, or if you play knight e2, right, like you can see how this could get to a spot where it's just not any semblance of an advantage for white, right? And if anything, you know, black is just better here. b6, maybe the knight reroutes, knight back to f6. Like, white is dreaming and dreaming of ever being better here. Not gonna happen. But this is a great start. Get the bishop out. I think queen e7 is a good move here. Maybe there's other ones, but something like queen to c7. I wasn't sure about knight b5 or bishop takes and knight b5. But yeah, this game is probably going to be decided in the next 5 to 10 moves because it's all about this square. Basically, if black can maintain this square, I think he's just going to have a good position. You know, for example, if we see like just whatever moves and this knight somehow gets here or somehow gets there, and you really maintain it with rook d8, I think white is going to have a hard time winning this game. A good point, Goblin. You see that hook. You see no knight on f3. Whether or not you play h5, h4 is another story. I would say h4, I'd probably want a rook on h8. But even still, h5, great move by black. Stops g4. And I think if the knight was on f6 still and g4 was being covered, I would consider h4, even here. But in this moment, stopping g4 is a nice touch, a little extra space for the king. Like, as I said earlier, this is a position where I think black can absolutely still outplay his opponent. But for the moment, it just looks solid. It looks very solid. Well, JRX, it's tough to avoid that knight on d4. It's on the most central square, exerting pressure in the middle. Like, yeah, you can ignore it, but black's going to be happy to let that thing sit there the whole game. It's tough to do things. You can avoid it and just kind of tiptoe around it, but you're not going to be able to create very many aggressive plans or thought out plans with a knight staring at you on d4. Can't use the d file. Can't use a lot of squares that you'd like. So I think that one needs to be dealt with before serious progress can be made. But I like the game here. I think this is a good game by Urkadal. Then in this one, definitely some strange moves by white. However, queen d2, it does come with a threat. So while it might look like black has the move b5 in his pocket, white has the move knight d5. Check. And then take back. So you're going to win a piece there. And if you take the knight at all, then you lose your queen. So black would have to play this. But that's exactly what white wants. Then now this pawn is a target. Maybe bishop a3. And you can also take this and get an outside pass pawn. So this would again be kind of comfy for white. Put the bishop on b4, rook d1, and We're chilling. So queen d2 has an idea. If you go, I don't know, rook d8, I think you could still go knight d5. And even though black takes it back, I feel here that after bishop b4, like white is still happy with the bishop. So knight d5 is something to deal with here. I'm curious what black thinks about the position, because the threat to the queen on a5 means that the only way to truly prevent knight d5 is to play this move, king h8, or like bishop d8 or something, because otherwise white can always play it. And even if I don't win a piece, I'll trade my knight for your bishop, which could be good for white. Yeah, I was gonna say, but got a little check there, so that's why, for example, I moved this. And now if you did this and like took on e7, there's no check, so black would just save his queen. So let's say king here. As far as I can see, b5 is now a threat. If you play bishop b2, is b5 still a threat? I think so. And if black gets b5 in, I think they should be kind of happy. And let's say you play a4 here. I think you can still play b5. If you take it, you drop this knight. If you take it, you drop the rook. So I gotta say, white seems to be so far behind in development here that I literally might consider either bishop d8 or king h8 with the idea to play b5. I know bishop d8 drops the d-pawn, but the knight's hanging and there's still some threats to be made, so I think queen h5 is, I think queen h5 is just a bad move. Something about queen h5 does not feel good at all. Queen on h5 with a knight and pawn like that is just so restricting. e4 pawn, like, there's nowhere the queen can go here. Queen g6. You don't have a light square bishop. There's no sacks here. There's no knight g4. I think queen h5 is like a pretty bad move. It just really doesn't feel right to me. And white has ideas like bishop a3. Still, b5 is an idea. Don't forget the queen is guarding from over there. I would definitely think about the move a4 here. And yes, you can play knight c5. And then I would consider the move rook b1. So unless black can get this d5 move in and have it work, white is maybe going to play bishop a3 or queen e2, bishop e3, bishop f4. I find this queen to be a little bit misplaced, but there are some ideas. But I'm happy to see this move if I'm white, and I just played this. I think so. Thanks, JC. 3 gifted subs from JC Digital Girl. Ferrari fan 210, thanks for the half a year with us. Appreciate it, JC. Yeah, it is Eddie the Endgame Magician's birthday. Well, first of all, Loafs, you're not going to be able to play bishop a3 when the bishop's on d2 in your line. Also, I think knight d4 is one of the more effective ways to try to save the knight on e7. And finally, even if you win my knight on e7, it's at least going to cost you the b pawn or the d pawn. And even if you won my knight back on e7 and you didn't even have to give up a pawn, I would still take that as white, trading my knight for your bishop. So I think those lines are always going to favor white, unfortunately. And then on the last board, I mean, we have a massive 45-minute time advantage here. 45 minutes, guys. That's quite significant. And black is just playing effortless moves, you know? bishop c6, like rooks coming in, maybe b5 later. I don't think there's just any challenge for black here. Bishop c6, and I think it's just a super, super easy game. So I see this game going exactly the way that you'd want it to go from the start. Great job by Haldorsen. This position, I think, needs some figuring out. It's clear. One thing that is clear is that white does not have a firm grasp on this position in terms of the concepts. h3, b3, queen back to d2. Everything feels a little slow and a bit weird. I would want my pieces to be developed a little bit quicker. The move b5 is also annoying. But one idea is maybe to go here and rook d1 and say if you ever play b5, takes, and bishop goes to b4. That's a common idea. You block the b pawn, your bishop sits beautifully on b4, hitting the d pawn, guarding your knight, and getting off the a file so it's not loose. So I think we might see something like that. But b5 is notoriously handled pretty decently with bishop b4, and then you just kind of have all the pressure. So I'm happy enough with that. Remember this game, I think black is... Honestly, I think black's slowly outplaying white here. And even if you don't believe that, he's at the very least equal and uptime. So another good game. This one, Queen e7, I think this is far from solved. You know, there's 50 minutes apiece here. I think black's playing a decent game. He's got some clear ideas, like simply defending the knight on d4 and maybe sacking for an opposite bishop position. So still a lot of work to do here for Christensen, but I think that their player is has put together a challenging game here to solve. All right, and then in Eric's game, would you look at that, guys? He did go for what we talked about, h6 and g5. Committal decision. But I think it was one that I was maybe expecting. We're down 10 minutes here. That was a important decision to make. However, to move f4, it's a scary prospect dealing with that. Not that it just works straight away, but slowly. If you don't play g5, white's going to be building up. Queen f3 coming. Knight f3, or knight e3, d4, those kind of moves. So he's played this. There's no more f4. That's clear. Black's going to be going moves like queen e7 or rook e8. But when white plays knight e3 and tries to target the f5 square, this bishop always needs to be there to take it. You just can't let knight f5 check happen and not take immediately. Is there ever h4? Yeah, definitely. One thing about h4 that immediately comes to mind is the move g4. And not that this is exactly the move that what black should play, but the idea of knight h5 is kind of annoying. Or it can be. Knight h5, knight f4, perhaps take. I don't think I would take that. So I immediately think of g4, knight h5. Have to be okay with this, and you should be. Probably knight e3 is a strong move there. And then the next idea that I would think of is perhaps bishop g4, f3, and bishop back. f3 so that now the queen's not hitting h5. And perhaps I can try knight h5 and knight f4. So h4 is definitely a move. Make no mistake. But black has some replies there. Knight e3, to me, that's the one you have to start with. That knight on c4 blocking everything. Put it on a square where it's literally controlling everything you want. And then maybe go for the h4. Or maybe go for the d4 later. But I think knight e3 has to happen before white gets too ambitious. Oh, would you look at this? h4 played, you know, at the very least, if h5 is the reaction, I mean, Magnus can play g3, but he can also follow with knight g5. You know, f6 is never a move black wants to play. But even if h5 g3 happens, it's simply a better orientation of the pawns there. The pawns are getting fixed on light squares for that bishop later in an endgame. But h4, that's right. Shout out to the gym bras in the chat. I think yesterday I was saying I had to teach a chess lesson. Well, I happened to just be talking about this idea that, you know, if you see a hook in your opponent's position, a pawn like the g6 pawn here, and there's no knight on f6, that's enough of a signal to already at least play the move h4. So I was calling, as soon as I saw knight d6, I was kind of calling for this a couple moves ago. I think, to me, it always made more sense for this knight to return to f6. But it went knight d6, and then I think you're just dealing with h4 for the rest of the... I mean, here's the thing. They were both at an hour. They were both at an hour. And that was back here. Right here. So they were roughly about at an hour each. Maybe Magnus slightly ahead on the clock. But he probably took a long time to make this decision. Right? It's a basic move, but at the same time, he's probably deciding, okay, wait, what do I do against this? How do I meet that? But then h4 happens. Now he's back in the think tank. You can see how the time is starting to disappear as you start to estimate and overestimate a lot of what Magnus is up to. So let's say h5 happens. I think it's a really reasonable defensive move. With knight f5 on tap here, I do feel compelled to play a move like g3. I'm not sure if g3 is too slow, but I'm looking at g3 or knight g5. Knight g5. If knight f5, then I am intending g3. But I could also just go g3, king g2, and play it slowly. Knight d6 to help cover b5. I mean, it's a one thing to speculate why we played knight d6. I think it's another thing to speculate why we didn't play knight f6. And I would rather speculate that. You know, you can always find justification for certain moves. Like in this position for white, I could find a justification for this. Literally any move. I could tell you why I wanted to do it. But usually you start with the most natural move, and you're like, okay, wait, why would I not play this? This is the instinctive move. This is the most natural move, right? Whenever you're in a position like this, you have to move your knight backwards. It's like, sure, you can go here. It's a one-move attack. White's going to save their bishop. Are you happy with the knight on that square? Or why not go to the natural square? So anytime in chess that you're making a decision where you put a piece on a different square than what seems natural, or a square it always goes to, you probably need a justification. So it's not why wouldn't I go to this square? It's not why would I go to this square, and it's like, oh yeah, it does some things. It's like, no, why would you not choose a natural one? Start with that. And I'm not sure I see too many compelling reasons why not knight f6. But I have to say, knight d6 felt strange to me when I saw it. Hello, Emad. That's right, it's Eddie's birthday today. A birthday coming up for you soon as well, Emad. Almost 3 years with us. Thanks for the 34-month resub, Emad Treka. And Ann Mole C. A brand new Prime sub. That's correct, Animal. You're 100% right. You're 100% right. Urban Planet Energy. But you can also buy these online now. They literally just have a store. Booty. Is chat all a bunch of really good chess players? JRX, you nailed it. You nailed it, bud. In our chat, we have some very, very strong chess players here. People are very, very talented. We have even some title players in chat. For example, Arena Candidate Master. Lancelor 24, 34 months, tier 3. Thanks so much, Lancelor. We got 34 from Lancelor and Emad. Coming up to 3 years, boys. Thanks for sticking with us. So Magnus is opening up a time advantage. He's almost double his opponent on the clock. Basically, his opponent has just been tanking for like 30 minutes here. Okay, let's jump to the last board, guys, because there's been a lot of exchanges. Knight e4 takes, bishop takes g7. I imagine, yeah, you pretty much got to take that, right? He wanted to double the pawns, which I generally agree with. Take back. Queen e5. And what do we make of this position? Should be very nice for black. I know there's a hole here on f6, but I don't think it's quite enough to just do that. First of all, we could play f5 and take. These pawns you're not going to be too happy about as white. And the fact that the bishop's in front of the pawns is a little bit strange. So like rook d8 makes a good impression. Probably even this rook to d8 is the correct move, so that if you're ever having this pawn be attacked, you just play rook d7 and chill. So I would say rook f to d8 is my first instinct. And then maybe black can start really pushing some pawns over here. Maybe go for c4. Double up. So I like rook f to d8 because I think that this whole like attacking this pawn is like total BS. I can just defend very easily. And if g4 trying to anchor, I can even play h6 to stop that. So I think this is a little artificial. If anything, maybe rook a7 is even nicer to play potentially rook d5 or d4 to leave this rook free to move. So I'm not... okay, he played rook here to d8. I don't know, guys. I have a strong feeling that rook f to d8 is the better move. Just my instincts. Like, I want to play a5, a4. Might want this rook, as I just said, to play rook a7 to guard that pawn. And I like the mobility of this rook. Like, when you use this rook, it's like, what is this rook doing? It's defending the f pawn. Well, white's not even attacking it. Don't leave your piece performing a defensive task if you don't need to. So I would always want to play rook f d8 here. Yeah, but the thing is, Loafs, let's say you play this move because you're like, you know what? I want rook d4 in some situation like this so that this is guarding it. Right? Yes, totally understand, but you know, think about defending that pawn in a different way. You could, if you wanted to, you could do this and say, it's actually a waste of time for white to have doubled rooks and attack that pawn. Because all black's doing is defending it in stride. And what are these two dumb rooks doing on the f-file? Absolutely nothing. So I actually want my opponent to waste time as white, doubling on the f-file, because I don't think you're actually doing anything with that plan. So I'd rather play rook here and say, yeah, go ahead. Also, of course, there is this nice rook a7 move, which that is a nice way to defend the pawn. But rook d8 from the f-file, I know it's not maybe the best bishop move, but I also really like the idea that I can play bishop e8 and cover that pawn just permanently. Like, I never have to worry about it. And then I have two rooks that are free to move over here. And the bishop still exerts pressure on the queen side. So, I don't know. I think rook ad8 is a bit of a soft move, but maybe I'm overreacting to it a bit. But I think rook fd8 is far better. Bishop a3, rook d8, rook d1. This is interesting. Knight e5 is an interesting move because takes, you run into this, and if you go and defend that, start with a check, takes, and knight takes e4 should be fine. If you take, your rook is hanging, and if g4, queen takes h3, queen takes g4, and you'll lose something here, that's for sure. So there's a reason why after this move, white played the move knight d4. You simply can't trade for that piece there. Well, after knight takes, pawn takes, remember your queen is hanging, so that's why I moved it. Brand Talk, thanks for the 10 months with Twitch Prime. Yeah, I thought about that, Loafs. I have the knight on e4, pretty much the entire line. And then the other thing is, like, even if it does happen, I guess black could play rook f8. But yeah, gotta be careful of that, you're right. Bishop h6. I'm liking the progress that black is making in this game. I think he's been outplaying him slowly. Yeah, it's important to remember, like, I don't think the concept of somebody who's not from that part of the world or that city playing for a club is like that strange. I mean, you guys have watched professional sports, right? Like, I got news for you. Giannis Antetokounmpo is not from Milwaukee. I don't know if you guys know that. Well, actually, they're called the Milwaukee Bucks. Giannis can't play for them because it's called the Milwaukee Bucks. Well, actually, how is Eric playing in the European Club Cup? He's not European, bro. Use a little bit of logic. Great game here from Urkadal. Great game indeed. Yeah, I think we might see some, like, this one, there's a chance of a draw, but I think with the time edge and the quality difference in, there should be a big quality difference in the endgame here. I think black wins this game. That's what I've been pining for. And bishop takes on d4. Big decision, guys. Big decision. So, if bishop takes now, what is he trying to do? Knight b5? Knight b5? And, you know, if the bishop goes back somewhere, queen d7, I understand where his advantage, like he's trying to play for the advantage there. What I'm wondering is, okay, if rook here, maybe he wants knight a7, but what about rook here? What about rook here? This is what I'm curious about. What are we doing here as white? Queen a5? Something? I think maybe he might be doing something like this? Trying to put pressure on all these pawns? Because if by the way, if white takes on d4 and black has to take with the pawn, that right there is a mission success for white, 100%. Black wants to trade, but leave the pawn on c5. So that's an important concept. If white just plays something like this, somehow this feels a little more aggressive. Felt nicer to me. But the same concept applies here, indeed. After queen e2, if the bishop moves, then you can take here and try to win a pawn. I'm just wondering, after knight a7, are we really winning it? You know? So I'm not sure this is a strong enough threat. Anyway, it's obviously a huge decision to play that move. I think he has to follow up with knight b5. And yeah, if black moves the bishop back, I think queen down to d7 is strong enough that I think you just play rook d8 really quickly here. Thanks, Pistola, for the 30 months with Prime. Back from the ban, indeed. Back and resubbed. Thanks, Pistola. And I lost my way. Thanks for the half a year. Appreciate the wishes. I lost my way. MN2197, 22-month resub. Yeah, back in here, buddy. I like the look of that line, Loafs. Rook d8. Like, queen a5, I have a good feeling about. I'm confident that that's the move he wants. But then, if we're going to be losing this line, according to your variation, Loafs, which I do like, right? Then, some adjustments need to be made for black. The first one is bishop f6, because this knight can actually pretty comfortably go to g7, so bishop f6, and all of a sudden this isn't possible. So that's the first one, which looks really easy to do. Bishop f6 instead of g7. The other one is like, you know, black can probably take this pawn here. I like the other one better, bishop f6, but point is, I think black's got some resources. EPB713. The name rhymes. Thank you, buddy. Welcome. Brand new Twitch Prime sub. Fresh as ever. Fresh and hot off the press. Let's check Eric's game. There's been a lot of developments here. Knight e3, h5. Hello to pawn h4. Big time threat. F3 looks like a fairly natural reaction to this, but I wonder how Eric would play here. H4, knight h5 definitely looks tempting. But you know, there's still some play here for white as well on the light squares. But yeah, black has a really well-reasoned plan here, so I understand it. I understand it. However, white did not play f3. He rather played the move h4. And no doubt Eric had his next move prepared against h4, which was knight g4. Okay, threatening the pawn. And after h takes g5, well, this looks like, to me, it looks like Eric has a rather pleasant option. My first question, though, is if you take here, is white intending queen takes h5? And I believe the answer is a strong yes. Because if we go and take the material, look, at the very least, we have this move, right? And we're making a draw for sure. But I don't think we're making a draw. I think we're playing g6 and winning the game. So there's that, which looks losing. And then rook h8, well, gets you mated in one move. So you don't have that option either. Which means I think queen h5 is very good. And I don't think black can play knight takes knight. Because I don't think we can play knight takes knight, queen takes pawn now jumps up as a strong move, strong candidate. However, queen takes g5 allows something else to happen here, and I wonder if it's the intention. How do you deal with f4? f4 is a weird move. You'd never think that it's playable because it hangs a knight, but knight takes knight, pawn takes, and takes. I assume maybe you consider bishop takes, but let's take with a rook just to be clean for now. You know, this pawn is a big target, and rook f6 and rook d8 is happening. Or sorry, rook f6 and rook f1 is a real threat here. Now that being said, you know, there are ideas like this, but white can guard that pawn and maybe just double the rooks, rook f2, rook f1. I just don't know exactly what's happening here, and it feels like white should be better. Yeah, there's bishop e6 here, for sure. But again, I think black could only be a little bit worse here. Tough to say. There's like, you know, dreams of playing bishop d8, king g6, but somehow the position doesn't seem very trustworthy. So that's why in this position Eric's having a think, because maybe he wants to play this, but queen h5 is just so strong. So queen g5 played. Now, I'm looking at the move f4. Apart from f4, I'm wondering for white what the intention is. Knight takes e3 obviously is a huge game-winning threat. Knight f5 just looks senseless. Knight takes knight. Again, like, I just don't understand why you would do that move. Probably bishop takes, and we got h4 coming. So, yeah, like, I don't really see why you would do those. So f4, that's why, to me, that looks like the main move. If you did queen here, again, there's like h4 in the position, but let's just say you even went for this line. Bishop e6. You know, Eric's doing completely fine here. Well, he may have thought about it. Sometimes what happens in chess is you calculate everything, but you don't evaluate everything. So you calculate things, and you don't miscalculate, but you misevaluate. So your calculation is right, but then on second thought, you're like, actually, I don't like that resulting position as much, or that's not as good for me as I thought it was when I calculated it. And the evaluation becomes more clear as like the, you know, as the pieces disappear from the board and things start to become simpler, your brain starts to understand, oh, that that position actually wasn't as good as I thought. So could be an evaluation thing. Yeah, you're gonna lose f7 in all those lines, loafs, as well. So it's just hard to say, but yeah, it's just another line to consider. So I'm looking at f4. If f4 is not good, and I'm just saying f4 is like the first move that stands out to me. If f4 is not as good as it looks, or as good as I think it is, then I think Eric's got a great position, right? Because we're playing h4. I'm seeing a lot of pressure towards the king, so that's why I'm looking at f4 as a move that white might need to play. f4, queen h6 for sure can be played, but yeah, I don't really know how to evaluate positions like this. Queen e1, dicey for sure, but I like white's chances here. Tense position though, very tense. Yeah, Hapa Dapa, that's the main line we've been calculating for, 10-15 minutes or something. Queen e2, f3 doesn't save your knight. M Floppy 47, thanks for the 9 months. GD Shepa, 7 months with Prime. Welcome back, Elite Chicken as well for 20 months. You can murder us, absolutely. And that's very likely. I don't think you're ever going to be better there, but you could be equal. Just one of those situations where you put yourself in a position where you probably are not going to win, and it's very likely you'll draw, but it's not a guarantee. And chess players don't really love to be in positions where the best result is a draw and it's not guaranteed. Just not a nice feeling. Let's check in with Magnus this game. A few moves have been made. A5, B5, knight B8. As soon as the knight moved, guess what? There comes the knight into E5, and after knight D7, H5 by Magnus, and once again he's saying, look, take, go ahead. But I've got H6 as a threat, I've got queen takes E7, rook's barreling down the open file. This is a good looking position for Magnus. H5. Black's just trying to trade pieces so desperately, right? Knight b8, trade rooks, knight d7. He's looking to just trade. Yes, the knight on d6 looks great covering things, but it's blocking the queen from the king side. Look at this queen on b6. Take this position, for example. Look at this queen. It's trapped. It can only go to a7. This is terrible, terrible piece. e7 is hanging, and of course, h6 is a very, very serious move. Knight f6 maybe? Yeah. And then isn't it ironic? Black could have gone knight f6, chose knight d6, and then spent the rest of the game trying to get his other knight to f6. I think that knight d6 move from earlier is has not worked out to be the best. But I was very skeptical of it when I saw it. Tien Khan, I think black should have played h5 as well. But when you're playing Magnus, these decisions are not easy to make. You play h5, all of a sudden, your position is a little bit weaker as a result. g3, rook d1, and if you did the same kind of thing, there's the g5 square. H5 is not without its downsides. That's what I'm going to say. I think it might have been the better choice. I like H5. I just don't like the idea of allowing this. That looks like a permanent issue that I don't have an answer for. So I would have played H5 probably. But H5 is not without its downsides as well. All right, guys, pack it up. Pack it up. This looks like a dub for Magnus. All right. GG. G takes H. Get him out of here. There's no shot you can play that move. Down 40 minutes against Magnus. There's no shot you can play that move and expect to survive. Like, let me tell you, when Magnus is sitting there in his position, he's not, like, worried about this one. That's not the move that's gonna cause him to be like, well, okay. Might be losing here. Let me take my time. Just a brutal, brutal position. What do I suggest instead of GH? Maybe knight F6? It's not a great looking move, but I think I'd probably play it. Resign? Yeah, maybe not resign. Yeah, I'd probably play knight F6. Knight F6, H6. Well, after H6, I might play knight F5 though, right? Knight D7, rook takes and rook back to D8. I'm threatening the H6 pawn. Like, at least there's some ideas here. Yeah, G4. Yeah, G4 is very strong. It's like a awkward ass. Awkward ass knights. Look at them. Look at them. They're terrible. It's an embarrassing display. Knight e4 to play rook d2, but I think we can appreciate there will be a KO here. I think there's no shot. There's no KO here. Rook there, great move, but of course, for the style points. But black's position is like just, I would have played knight f6 here. Playing knight d6, like I said, I think this is a moment where we're going to witness the difference between 28 and 2500. And Magnus looks to be well on his way here. Also, to be clear as well, I would play h5. I don't think I could personally allow, me personally, I couldn't allow h5. Maybe I lose after h5 myself. Maybe I go down in flames there. But me personally, I couldn't allow h5 to happen. The KO is inevitable, yes. Well, Captain Micmac, that doesn't say much about black as a player. That says a lot about black's position, right? If G takes H is the best move, then you may as well just resign. Like, yeah, then you're already dead. If G takes H5 is the best move, then it's not like, wow, you found the best move. It's like, yeah, you probably messed up, categorically to be in this position. Because that's not a good sign. If G takes H is one of the best moves in the position. Okay. Knight b5, rook f8, queen e2, bishop f6 back. I mean, this is kind of what what we were expecting. The knight is going to reroute nicely. I guess his idea is queen e4. This is probably the plan, right? Or queen f3, but a6, though. I don't really see a good way to do things here. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Back, I guess. This is probably what he wants to do and try to take this. Even this, though, I feel like we're doing fine as black. I think that black needs to find some moves here, some key moves, but my strong impression of this game is that black has been playing well and is close to equal. Jack Stract, appreciate the sub, 5 months. Thinking of going to Canada for a few months. What to do and where? Go to Banff in Calgary. Go to Banff. Visit Montreal. Visit Toronto. Nah, you could go to BC, but it's not that cool, to be honest. Not that cool, to be honest. Just go to Banff, go to Toronto, go to Montreal. And if you have enough time, I would say visit the Maritimes. But the Maritimes are so much more beautiful in the summer, so you're not really coming at a good time. No, BC's not cool. If you want real hipster cool, you got to go to the States and like go to like these, you know, weird places like Utah and like Boulder, Colorado. British Columbia is like a poor man's version of hipsters. The hipsters in BC just don't cut it. It'll rain a lot. People talk about BC like it's some oasis, like, oh, it's great weather and you know, it's like the west coast of Canada. Oh my god. BC is real poverty. For the things that apparently BC excels in, I think it just pales in comparison to so many places that just do it better around the world. But the places that people visit in BC, like the small places, they're nice. They're good trips, you know? Whistler, whatever. But I don't think I don't think people evaluate BC correctly. I think BC is way overhyped in Canada. So let's say if you had like only a couple weeks in Canada and you're like, where do I spend my time? BC wouldn't even be on my list. Go to Calgary, aka Banff Lake Louise, spend some time there. If it's the summer, definitely go to the Maritimes, go to Golf Course or the Sand Dunes for some beautiful hikes. Cabot Trail, Cape Breton, Peggy's Cove, PEI beaches. Okay, he went knight f6, bishop back, rook c8. Let's see if he can hang on here. Magnus's advantage is, I believe, more than visual. Better pawn structure. Seems to have everything going for him here. But still, it's not a position that I would even probably convert properly or at all. So this is why I like watching Magnus. The conversions. Eric's opponent is still thinking, by the way, after queen g5. So we'll come back to this game. We saw this, bishop f6. I think black has been playing well. I think he's very close to equality. On this board, everything's being traded. Black has ideas like, okay, queen e2 looks pretty darn good, but black has ideas like even trying to trade the light square bishops. But yeah, queen e2 is kind of well, it's hard not to play that move. Queen e2, f3, knight d6, and like queen d2. Kind of hanging on here as white. But, you know, there's bishop b1 to a2. So I think this has been a really good game by Urkadal. Like, he's for sure not going to lose, and he can push for a win as well. And then this position, g5 was played after knight d4. Honestly, not the craziest move. It is thematic. It stops f4. Black has some ideas like knight g6, but with the queen on h5, I get a very strange feeling about g5. Yeah. Yeah, he's rerouting, maybe going to play f3. But this position, I think that this game is one of the closest ones. And it makes sense. I think on the last board, we've been pushing for a win, and I think we might get it. Maprail, thanks for the 43 months, buddy. Tier 3 from Maprail. I feel like we've had you here for almost all the coverage, so good to see you again. Tier 3 from Maprail. We got Nate the Great here for 2 years on the dot as well. Nate the Great, welcome back. And then, yeah, this game, I think, is quite one-sided. Yeah, I mean, c4 is a big idea next. And I don't know how to stop it. Also, let's not forget, guys, we're up literally an hour on the clock. An actual hour, so I think this game is going to be a win pretty soon. But my pre-match strategy was, you know, we need a big result on board 6. He's untitled, you know, he's like nearly 250 points lower rated. We probably need a big result on board 1, where Magnus has the white pieces and up 350 rating on his opponent. The closest game in terms of rating is Eric's board, so a draw with the black pieces would be more than sufficient there. Urkadal, he's a strong player, capable of outplaying his opponent, but he's got one of those edges right now that he can draw easily, and if he needs to play for a win, and he certainly will keep playing, he can still squeeze his opponent. So happy with a draw there, but a win is just bonus. And then this game, this second last board, we're down on time. You know, black's going for some stuff here. I think this is one of the trickier boards here. For sure, would like to see some big moves out of Mr. Haug, but I think this is one of the trickier boards. And then, yeah, Christensen here. I think black just played a great game. I was thinking this was a big spot for white. But I have to say, the way that they've done their roster, you can see that Max Hess is 2361. And this Andreas guy is 2301. So the fact that they intentionally put a 2300 before the event, this was the roster they submitted, that they intentionally put a 2300 above a 2360, it just kind of tells me that, like, either the guy is, like, I don't know, some young player and he's like more talented or has a better outlook, higher ceiling, or he just has a good style against stronger players. So there's some reason that they did that. I don't think you normally just do that for no reason at all. Like, just, hey, here you go. Have some tougher games, lad. So because of that, I was expecting kind of a strong game out of him, but still, Christensen with the white pieces, you know, we gotta hope for a win there. But overall, the match is going great. I think it's going the way you want it to. No board looks to be in danger right now from Team Offerspill, which is a great thing. Hey, Temperature 1. Good to see you lurking as well. Thanks a lot, Wanderer. Wanderer 15 with the raid. What's up, guys? We're covering a tournament here. It's called the European Club Cup. It's taking place in Austria right now. Last playing Scrabble. That's high energy. Scrabble. Jeez. My grandfather was quite good at Scrabble. He was an author, so I think that kind of explains it. He was a Scrabble legend. It is, Jake. You know it, my guy. Eric's game, still no move. Guys in the think tank here. We are seeing some move in Magnus's game, so let's stick with it. Knight c4, queen to c7. Watching that pawn, of course. And, you know, it's feeling like it's time to activate this guy. One thing is queen d4, but the other move that I'm looking at is queen d2. Because, you know, you pressure that, and if you can get your opponent to play b6, then maybe you look at queen d4, and you think, okay, well now, permanent pressure against the b6 pawn might be annoying. But definitely the first instinct after queen c7 is queen d4. Centralize, you know, get on the d file, look at the g4 square. But queen d2 is the secondary move. MapRail, very kind of you. Thanks for the gifted sub. Magnus has got some extra time. Nice looking position. And what do you know? F4 has been played in Eric's game. So there might be other moves to play here. I really think that this is at least a top consideration. Bishop e6 was one of the first moves I was looking at here. Let's say white ignores it and goes here. Then at the very least, you know, bishop b6 could prove to be annoying. If we take and trade and go here, then I think it's important to throw in bishop b6 check. Right, and after bishop here, I suspect black has some winning chances, but it should be draw. Should be draw. Too many double pawns. But these are positions where, like, even if you trade, you know, stuff like this, like I think you're pretty much going to be headed towards a draw. I wonder if there's anything else to do. F4, it feels like we're very limited. Queen h6. Okay, first of all, this is another move, but I pretty much haven't considered it because I thought that bishop takes f4 was just an issue. Knight takes. This one is a lot worse. In fact, I can even maybe throw in bishop f6 if that's necessary, but this one is a lot worse than the previous position. Queen h4. Playable. But I don't love this. There's just no threats. The queen on h4 is not doing well. So I think knight e3, and like the thing is, it might peter out to a draw here. I've always said I think that is a good result for Eric in this game for the team. I don't think Eric needs to go crazy here. They've got good positions on other boards. It's a team match. You can see that if you just look around. Yeah, maybe h takes g4, but I don't know. I find it really hard to get any energy going for black in these positions. We're way behind in development. White's bishops couldn't be better. And, you know, White's going to go queen g3. Like, at best, we have one single check, but we're going to get destroyed down the f-file before that happens. And I just can't see anything going on there. So, yeah, the knight takes e3 move, I thought looked rather drawish. But queen h6 was played. Queen h6. First of all, knight f5. At the very least, there's knight e3. It's probably enough to say, okay, probably won't play that. Knight's also being attacked. So if you play queen e2, all of a sudden bishop b6 starts to look a little suspicious for white. So I think after queen h6, the main move I was looking at was knight takes g4. Take it. If you take with a pawn, again, I don't love this. Maybe this is playable, but it's got to be so concrete here. We have a check, we have this, but white is also, you know, one move away from barreling down on the h-file. Queen e3 check, there's bishop f2 for the moment. And if you just take back, then pressure on f7, maybe queen c1 offering queen trade somehow feels strange. So queen e3, queen h6, you're not even threatening anything. Doesn't look right. So takes, instead of taking with the pawn, maybe bishop takes, right? And now this makes a little bit more sense. We have h4. I was saying here in my previous calculation that queen e1 looked like the move to stop h4. If you play queen d2, h4, and I can sort of see with h3 coming, maybe something crazy like f5. There's a pin here. I can see how black gets a lot of energy together. But queen e1, and I didn't quite have an answer to this. Bishop here, maybe king h1. I don't know about h4. Perhaps it's playable. Take here and go rook h8. Yeah, this is playable as well. Go for bishop takes. Maybe start with that. I don't like this though. Having to trade here doesn't feel right. Queen h6. Definitely does not look like it's going to be too bad for Eric in these resulting positions. So, have I spoken to Yasser? Well, Yasser sends me an email every time the Cowboys win. So, I've heard from Yasser recently. I've heard from Yasser too much recently. That's the problem. No, murderous. The Cowboys are winning a lot right now. Surprisingly. Eric wants more than a draw. Well, remember, this doesn't force the draw on the board. right? Knight e3, I suppose there's also queen f3 to reckon with. Like, there are other lines. Queen e1 or queen f3. Not really sure what's happening here. Okay, so at least maybe that's a consideration, not sure. But yeah, this wasn't something that I thought was fully solved either. It wasn't like totally obvious. Optically, it kind of feels like it's not that great for black, but maybe the longer I spend looking at it, the more I can convince myself. He played queen h6. I don't think it's a significantly worse move, but it shows he's still trying to get some stuff going. Magnus did the second option I was proposing, queen d2 and queen d4, to tie down the pieces. Makes sense. If knight d7 to try to get on the square, you're also handing over a lot of squares to white's pieces. Cheers, Gilberto. Thanks for the prime for 3 months. And I'm a possum. 19 months, and he's a tier 3 no less. Possum, I think he very well might. But you never know these days. Players show up to a chess tournament. They got the beads in the bag. You never know if they're looking for a good time or a very accurate time. I believe so, FK Gon. It's nicer to have the pawn on b6, so it's a fixed target. Back rank mate, that's a very, very reasonable take. Often that does go into the decision-making process, for sure. Magnus looks like he's trying to squeeze an advantage. Knight takes g4 played. I think we'll see bishop takes. Pawn takes. I don't think I liked pawn takes because of maybe just takes here, and I couldn't necessarily make queen e3 work. So it should be bishop takes. Then on this board, this is weird. Takes, knight takes a7, rook takes a2, rook b1. Like, is white even better anymore? I think black has played a great game. Should be fine. Queen d7. There might be rook d1. The only thing I will say is like bishop f3, king g2. If knight g7, g4. White has answers for a lot of black's moves. So I don't think there's an easy way to simplify here. Yeah, thanks, Evolve. I believe after knight here that we'll see g4. That's one thought that I had. Because I agree. If black gets to go here, play h5 and knight f5 and knight d4, I mean, black's just better. Plain and simple. Much better. Possum. You know, I was wondering what cause will I'm a Possum be passionate about? He's been a big supporter of chess, the chess community, us here at Chess Bra, and it was actually the beads. I knew it would get angel investment, early interest from I'm a Possum. 10,000 bits. 10K. Funding Eric's beads. Possum, I think that's a good start and certainly allows us to get on the road to having the best beads in the business. Chess might soon become a sport, a game, a hobby where it is determined that the strength, the vibration capacity, you know, the RPMs, the size of the beads determines the result. And we're going to put that right into the fund. 10,000 bits. Thank you, I'm a Possum. Straight to the bead collection. Sem Coffee, thanks for the Prime sub. Maybe loafs. I kind of didn't estimate this move properly, I believe. Because, you know, knight here is easy to look at bishop b2. But then I think we might just see knight back to b5 and strange position where you end up pinned. It's a weird one. And I don't really know who's doing well here. But it seems like white. Like it feels like the wrong kind of stuff. And then if you can't play that move, then this becomes a real threat. Now, that being said, I have a really hard time believing this because the knight gets into d4, covering b3. Like, I think everything about black's position is good here. Queen d8 also for queen b6. It's really hard for me to find any position where that rook realistically gets trapped. So no, I don't think that's an issue. b6 though, I gotta say b6 is a strange move, isn't it? Do we really care about that pawn? I feel like this is a little bit low T from black. And ironically, now, do we have time to do this? Because number one, there's no queen b6. Number two, this knight is too many moves away from d4. So what do we do after this? I guess this. Because now if you go here, you can take. And if you go here, you can actually take like that. So, yeah. That's right, Mason 13244. e6, queen c2. So I'll tell you though, queen c2 definitely has the idea knight a3. That's 100%. So now I think the rook needs to move, and also b6. Now your rook doesn't have a8. So I find the move b6 for sure to be the wrong idea for black. I didn't like b6 as soon as I saw it. And I like it even less now. It's okay, the rook might go to a5, but then what I'm saying is I think white can play back on the d file in some cases, like queen b3, rook d1, and the rook on a5 just looks stupid. Like, you can't play rook a1, you can't play rook a4, 3, 2, 7, 8. Like, your rook's not doing anything here. Black is desperate to trade these rooks. So I find b6 to maybe be like a mistake, like serious mistake. I don't know. That could be harsh. If we remember the line here, b6, bishop f1, bishop b1, he's going to try to force this. And if black trades bishops, by the way, he has a very good chance to try to win that endgame. I will say that. Very good chance. And maybe we get another opposite bishop. But I tell you one thing, black is not going to lose this position. He can only win it if not a draw. So I think it's a great spot to be in. Happy with this board. 48 months from Svetlana Chess. I feel like I've seen 48 months from... Have I not? Fad? I feel like I've already seen the 48-month resub from you. Thanks a lot for 4 years with us. Could be misremembering. 48 months, 4 years with the bras. Using Prime as well. Appreciate it. All right, what the hell happened here, right? Let's take a couple moves back. Knight f3, and while black's playing rook g8 and queen g6, it's like, hello, buddy. What about the center of the board here? Okay, you played bishop f8. Because if you take, queen takes, let's say, there's a big e5 move happening, not to mention a hanging pawn on d6. So he went bishop f8, bishop takes d6, he took. I mean, we're going to see rook takes, and what is black up to? This now looks like a serious edge for white. Like, well, not even just serious, winning edge. So I think the bottom boards are starting to come through here. The top boards are obviously in tougher spots. So that was weird. This just looks, how can you complain? This is not a serious attack either. I don't see any danger. Let's check this endgame, by the way. So in this position, instead of c4, black just says, let me bring the king out. Because for white, if you move the bishop, you lose the pawn. If you move the rook, you lose the bishop. Can't move those. If you move the king, you lose the pawn. So white is just going to be in perma Zugzwang. At some point, you got to move, right? So he decides to move right now, give that away. Black is now up a pawn. And the move d4 has just been played. Guys, test your endgames. What do you think about this position? And how would you continue as black? It's move 31. White has 1 minute and 31 seconds. You have 50 minutes. You have all the time in the world. Are there some clean wins here for black? Like very forced sequences? Hey, Canadian rock fan. C takes d4. Okay, but are we taking this? Let's say you take... Takes. You can't take with the king. Pawn takes. Let's say f5. If you push this pawn, I'm wondering about this. Because the point is, if I can make it to this square, I know for a fact that I'm winning. So if you play this, I think black just goes back and catches the pawn. Easy win. If you take, then I take. And if c5, again, I'm getting here easily and I'm going to make a pass pawn. Another easy win. If after f5, white decides to lead with the king so that there's no chance I make it back there, well, now you blocked your pawn, and now I for sure just run this. You can see I'm here ahead of time. So takes, and maybe you could play f5 or h4 now, but to me, taking is the cleanest, because if the king takes, white doesn't even have a pass pawn here. They're just nothing going on. Just do this, nice and easy. Totally winning. So I think it makes sense to take this pawn. But you technically don't have to. You could probably play f5 now, and it would work the exact same way. But I have to say, my instinct is for sure to take it. I don't want a position where maybe this happens, and all of a sudden now I'm calculating this, and like maybe it's not winning. Don't need that in my life. So takes first, which means I'm keeping one pawn for an endgame, because there might be a situation where I make a pass pawn, they go take it, and I don't bother trying to queen this. I just run my king over here, take, and make a queen. Now, do I need f5? Well, if you go here, right? Yes, you can stop the pawn. So here, definitely feels better to play f5 if I can, though, right? If I can play f5 and just go like that, I'm definitely going to want to. But yes, the same concept applies here. And most importantly, king here, you can't let king b7 happen. So it's all about which square gets covered. But if I can play f5, like, I may as well, because it just only gives me an extra pass pawn option. But we have this annoying position for white where they can't move their king up unless they block their pawn. So rook takes c4, and the reason you might think is strange, why is he thinking he just took? He's making sure, guys, if you have 45 minutes on the clock and you're thinking about this move, take your time. In fact, maybe take 30 minutes. Double check every single thing, because if you're going to play this move, rook takes rook, and you're wrong, you might be throwing away your whole advantage. Don't forget, you're up a pawn here. Black can probably play rook c7 and be winning in a rook endgame. King here, rook up, right? So take your time. The guy's got a minute, 2 minutes. Like, relax. You don't need to rush here. So I don't care how long you take. Just fine by me. Make your decision carefully here, because trading into a king and pawn endgame is... You got to make sure you're calculating it out. He's an IM. He's 2450. He doesn't need too much double checking. I think he knew his instincts were right from the start. Takes. I believe you take on c4 here and play f5, probably for the best continuation. But moves like king g7, h4, all probably work. But yeah, my best continuation is to take and play f5. Murderous, if it's a complicated position where there's tons of pieces, tons of tactics on the board, then there's an argument for not spending time yourself and not letting your opponent think. But if you're in a situation where you're trading into a pawn endgame, where you're up a pawn, there's zero argument for playing quicker so your opponent can't calculate. Because guess what? If you're up a pawn going into a king and pawn endgame, you're planning to win the endgame. You should be winning. So it doesn't matter. I could give my opponent 20 hours to calculate a lost pawn endgame. It's not going to change the valuation. If I'm playing a position that's supposed to be winning for me, the only thing that matters is how much time I take and whether or not I am comfortable with the lines and whether or not I see that it's winning. I don't care how long my opponent takes. He's not going to be able to change the evaluation. Knight g7. I feel like, does black just not see this idea? Because now queen b3 is going to win the rook. So I think that black has been relying on this tactic the entire time. And I'll be honest with you guys, I don't think he noticed that this tactic, white just plays knight b5. Admittedly, it is like a little bit advanced. I don't think it's that crazy. But it looks like bishop there. If you take, you take. And if you go here, you can take. Like, it looks like it works. But then white just goes here. And it's for sure a cold shower. You think that you've got an answer to a move, and then they just move it right back. So they let you win a pawn. And queen takes a2 is now possible if you ever move the bishop. And queen b3 is going to win all sorts of pieces. And suddenly you're just lost. Knight f5, queen b3, and I don't know what you're doing here. Well, queen b3 is one thing. Maybe rook takes b2 is a lot simpler, but for some reason I wanted to play queen b3 there. Rook b2 is fine, but I actually believe queen b3 might be a better move. Pawn Splatter, thanks for the 31 months with Prime. Rareware, 18-month resub, and Briggs Keith, 16 months. Get back in here. Welcome. Queen f6. Oh, good point. Queen f6. Queen f6. Yeah, we probably have to play bishop f1 here. Didn't notice queen f6, but not sure that it changes much. Bishop here. Like queen b3, rook a1. And we can't take this and we can't take this. So rook a1 is the saving idea. If you take here, then queen takes and you can't take the queen because it's pinned. So that's why in this position, I was thinking queen f6, bishop f1, first thing that came to mind to get out of this pin. So now if the bishop moves, again, we take this. I'm threatening queen b3. And if you go rook here, I can take with the rook because it's not check and it's not pinned. And I can also go queen takes b2. So I can take that back as well. So queen f6, bishop f1, I'm thinking is the way to do it. Knight c3 after queen f6. You'll have to explain that one to me. Looks like it's hanging. But queen f6, I'm guessing bishop f1. Takes, knight b5, queen f6, bishop f1. Maybe there's something there. Knight f5. Queen f5 is also kind of tricky. Then bishop d3. And if queen back to f6, again, queen b3 seems to be met by rook a1. So here I would probably go king up to g2. And I think we just consistently have this issue. So that's what I think is happening here. It feels like it's winning for white. I could be missing something, but black's move b6, and then seemingly being so nonchalant, not noticing that knight a3 is an idea. I'm getting the feeling like he's kind of fallen apart here. Yeah, Hallie, I was saying queen f5, bishop d3, and queen f6 back, king g2. That was my last line. Obviously, don't know how good it is, but... All right, guys, we have h4 on the board in Eric's game. Queen h6, knight takes, and queen e1. So this was all exactly what we said in h4. Now, there's a few things after h4. h4, bishop takes. The first thing is pawn takes here. And the reason this is such an interesting move is that rook h8 is going to threaten a checkmate because the only square that the bishop can go to is f2. And that actually traps your own king and therefore leads to mate. And if you play g3, then, okay, maybe pawn takes is an idea. Of course, you have to be careful of that, but also f3. So I think the position starts to look good there. Not to mention, there's always ideas like bishop d8. So that's the first thing that looks important. And after h4, f takes e5 was played. Ooh, spicy. Spicy. All right, well, I'm going to need some roadside assistance here. Takes, queen takes. Queen g6. Mons from Rocks, thanks for the Prime, 8 months. Thank you, buddy. What's going on here? Yeah, rook f6, rook f5. Seems disturbing, right? Rook f6, rook f5. Maybe there are other moves, but at the very least, rook f5. Like, it's also possible to play this or rook f4. Yeah, rook f5 is one thing, but actually rook f4 is simpler. Yeah. So taking back, but I think white is happier now because then they can take and play g3 with f7 hanging, right? So what the hell do we do? Takes on e5. This is not giving me a good feeling. Queen takes this line here. Queen g5, something simple like rook f4, and like any bishop b6 move is just, it's just d4 is the answer, right? And if we just do a regular move like recapturing, then I'm wondering about this. Because the rook cannot go to h8 as easily now. Bishop b6. Maybe there's bishop f2. This might be a line here. Bishop takes h4, bishop b6. If d4 we take. Yeah, but the other issue is like d4 takes even... I'm even looking at stuff like this. I'm kind of concerned. Yeah, you could play f6 here, that's right. But then it's like, how does white have a bad position? They just go g3 and kind of play from there. White's position has to be good. If takes e5 feels strong. It feels like a strong move. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like a move that you can miss. It definitely surprised me. I see Magnus has made a couple moves, so we'll just examine what they are. a4, not trading queens, and then e4. Black is running out of moves. Look at this, like, he's just paralyzed here with this knight on c8. He's got 5 minutes, Magnus has got 30 minutes, and he's just played queen d8. Probably wants to play knight d6 next. But Magnus is... he's really saying hello here. I can see him going for a nice reroute. Queen on e3, hitting this pawn and hitting that pawn. Feels great. Yeah, queen e3 is really nasty. So queen e3, king back to g7. And then some move. f4? I don't know. Because I feel like then you can take your time building it up. Look at how the pieces control all the squares as well. There's no danger down here. The other move is queen b8. Queen b8 looks like it could be an issue. There's knight takes e4, so I'm not I'm not blown away by it. But the idea is there. Knight takes b6 is the plan. So Magnus's position is looking better and better and better. Yeah, FK gone. I don't know what you're talking about, bruh. Yeah, I don't mean that queen g4 is winning in that final position. Black has knight g5, black has queen g6. I just mean that queen g4 and we've got a protected pass pawn, so some progress for white there. Queen e3 does look like a good move, though, to keep things under control. Queen b8 might give black an easier time. Eric is still thinking. I believe that we need to spend more time on this line because he's played it. And what is he down? A bishop here? check here. Is there some kind of queen e4? Yeah, but it can never work, right? After rook f4. Bishop b6. d4. Yeah, well, you I think it's not even about you have to give the bishop back here. Make no mistake, you're losing the bishop back here. But you have to give it back in the best way possible. So bishop b6 and d4, then take. And say, yes, you can take my bishop with check, by the way. But after queen g6, there's actually so much pressure on the d-pawn that black might not even be okay, might even be in great shape. Yeah, that looks good. I like that. There's no way to defend this. Bishop b6, d4, d takes e5, all played on the board. And I don't think taking is a real consideration, is it? Takes, not only can you hide out here, but this also should be okay. Yeah, this should be more than fine. It's on the board. This is an impressive line. Yeah, I didn't notice this. This is really nice. Queen takes g4 because you just never think that you can give away your bishop with a check. The bishop here takes, and if queen g4, queen g6. Oh, that's really something. And you got to be careful if you play a move like that. I mean, damn near might be worse. Even here, technically, I think black is pushing a little bit by taking this pawn. But that's a really great find from Eric, I think. I think that's well, it's got to be the best move. That's got to be the best line. E5 played in Magnus's game. I thought that knight d5 would be played, but I must have missed something here. Huh. Okay, knight g8 is also solid, but you know, look at black's pieces, right? I feel like this is a masterclass from Magnus. Gorgeous. And yeah, let's here, knight e5 or queen f4 check. No, Magnus is doing some nasty stuff right now. By the way, guys, the line that I mentioned is indeed on the table in this last board. Takes an f5. I think it's the best. And yeah, the king makes it here. h4, easy win for black. So a win on the last board. I think that was a board where we knew we needed a result. Big rating advantage. And also, the guy's untitled, 2200. Really good game from Haldorsen. I mean, these guys are good players on the last board for Offerspill. It's just we only see them seemingly like playing 2600s, right? With the black piece. I mean, that's tough. That's tough. So they've taken some losses this tournament, but when you're on 6th board, you're like the only IM in a match of 2600s. It's tough work. So a nice win there. In this game as well, I think we're very close to a win in this one. Knight f5. I mean, this is it, right? Queen takes g7 is a move, and takes this rook takes. So we'll get, it looks like 2 wins on the last 2 boards, which is great. That's a very good sign. And in this game, as well, I think Urkadal can probably win this one. So we might get wins on the last 3 boards. This looks very good for black. Probably winning. Maybe, you know, you trade these, put the bishop here, bring the king, and somehow make a draw. But I'm just saying the knight gives very good winning chances here. The fact that all these pawns are on light squares and the light square bishops will be traded, there are some very good winning chances. So it looks like very good positions, good chances for 3 wins on the last 3 boards. As for this one, well, guys, we saw the exact line that I mentioned. I didn't see anything after it. This was the end of my calculation. Knight a3, queen f6, bishop f1, queen f5, bishop d3, queen f6, king g2. I didn't see anything here. Bishop f1 to block the first rank. So if you play this, you can play either of those moves. So then after bishop there, black goes here. Now he wants to trade queens and save his piece. Queen b3, queen takes b1. So then bishop d3. But now black goes back and says, okay, your first rank is open again. So I have rook a1 now. But then white goes king g2. And now again, the threat is queen b3 to hit the rook and win the bishop. And to be honest, this was the end of my calculation. I didn't see anything after this. I think he's winning a piece here. With time ticking down, we might get a win on this board as well. It's looking very good in the match. I can say that for sure. Magnus just played the move e6. Pawn takes e6. And, I mean, looks like he's just putting the finishing touches on a great game here. If knight e5, then I'm not sure you want to start with knight e5. So if queen here, knight there, there's queen takes. So king g7. And then knight e5. There might be queen f8. Then you look at queen check. And if king here, there's bishop d3. If king here, there's knight g6. If king here, there's knight d7. And so I think queen f4 check is absolutely where you start. Then you bring the knight in. If knight f6, then I still think queen here. And if king there, still bishop d3. And if king to either of those squares, I think you're getting killed with queen g6 coming in next. And look how there's not even a check for black. Like, king g7's played. And after knight e5, what happens here? Knight d6 is another way to cover this. Knight d6. It doesn't have to be knight e5. It's just the first move that came to mind. Knight e5, knight d6. Okay, it's covering that. If queen check, king back to f8. Honestly, I feel like in this position, you could even consider bishop h5. It's like, where are the KOs here? Oh yeah, queen g4, that's a good point. This move seemed correct previously, but you're right that queen g4 makes a little bit more sense. After king f6, I suppose f4 might be good enough. Marco's fighting here. I think Magnus is coming in with knight e5. So, literally every single board looks great right now. Eric's game, let's get back to it. His opponent did not want to just go into this line, understandable, and instead played the move rook f5. Now, rook f5 is interesting because, first of all, if queen takes now, queen g6, rook g5. That's the point of rook f5. It also can't be taken. However, well, the previous move was rook f6 after queen g6. So if we can't play that, first move comes to mind, hello, is queen g6. If you take here, f6, queen here, king here, because this is covering that. I think white's trying to play maybe king f2. Trying to do something like this. That's the feeling I'm getting. The bottom line is, even playing something like this should be fine for Eric, because he's got a piece and 2 rooks for the queen. Like, white's giving up a lot, you know what I mean? Rook f5. Yeah, queen g6, easily the first move. I'm thinking of Quack Enjoyer. Thanks for 11 months. I don't think there are many other moves. Pawn takes, maybe. But, like, you're losing a queen in every line here. The closest I can see is maybe something like this, but, I mean, it's just unnecessary. Trying to get this. But yeah, this is obviously just wild. Unnecessarily wild. Queen here, I'm threatening to take, by the way. Rook takes e5 could be a move, but after rook e8, I mean, what are you doing? Just down a piece. So isn't there also chances for Eric to just win now? Yeah, bishop c7. Yeah, good point. Rook e5 just looks ridiculous. Rook f5, rook e5. Great. Congrats, dude. He won a pawn. So I think what's happened in the last couple minutes is every board has just started peaking. Last board got a win. Board 5, we saw knight f5 was just going to be game over. And after takes, it's just, yeah, completely dead. Queen h3 is an idea. Already up material. No point in playing on. So already 2-0. Then we have this position where I think black can really try to grind out a win here. No chance black loses. Might be a draw with great play by white. But I would expect something here for black. But it'd be interesting. Tough conversion. Then you've got this game where, for me, black is you know, drawing dead. He's got less than 2 minutes. He can't save his rook. He got so greedy with his rook down here. He never saw knight a3 coming. I think it was a great tactic, but totally missed by black. b6, followed by leaving the rook there, was just terrible. Terrible decisions. So this game also spun around. I think it's going to be a win for Offerspill as well. And then we saw Eric's position, rook f5. I think Eric has great winning chances after... Well, he has winning chances for sure after queen g6. White did this instead of taking the free piece. So queen g6 has got to be the first thing that you think of. And then in Magnus's game, he did play queen g4 check, king back to g8, and queen takes e6 and knight e5 are both available on the board. Opponent with only 2 minutes as well, with a couple moves to play till time control. Magnus is also in cruise control. This looks like a very one-sided match. Easily could be 6-0, by the way. And if it's not 6-0, I think 5-1 is probably the max score that the opponents can hope for at this point. Yeah, 6-0 would be pretty nasty. I gotta say, you know, guys, we're in the second last round of the event, right? There's only 7 rounds. And, you know, to be in the second last round here, and for Offerspill to be on board 4, and basically be playing a team that is ranked 21st, that's a pretty friendly pairing. I will say that. Like, a team seeded 21st is easily the weakest team on the top 7 boards by far. By far. So I'm just saying, it seems like a very good pairing in the penultimate round of a European Club Cup. Let's see what Mr. Marco can come up with here. Magnus has been clinical this game. Absolutely clinical. No, I know they have high points, Nordic. They must have had a good tournament so far. You don't get to round 6 playing up on board 4 if you're not having a good tournament. But at the end of the day, they're probably going to be like 200 points lower rated on every single board. So any opponent should be happy to face against their team in round 6 of a tournament. No doubt. I'm curious now about their team. Is it this one? Is that who they're playing? No. Playing a German team, right? Are they playing these guys? Wait, no. Are they playing this? Which? Oh, sorry, from Austria. Here we go. Curious, who's like killing it on their team? This guy? Oh, they have a GM that they're literally not even playing? Does this guy get COVID or something? He just stopped playing. It's like, yeah, boys, I'm out. I lost, I'm out. Rage quit, bro. I lost to Alexenko. Sorry, guys, I can't play anymore. I'm done. Lost to Alexenko. GG. See you later. You got this 2300 FM. Definitely with some good results, but nothing crazy, right? He drew a 1900. He lost to a 2300. He beat some 2100s, and then he had one big result. So they must have had an upset last round. A pretty big upset, because otherwise, these are some pretty soft pairings overall. Who did they play? So yeah, they got crushed by a very strong team. They beat a team they were favored over. Then they were pretty heavy favorites over this team. They won. And honestly, in round 4, yeah, they were favorites over this team too. Pretty seriously, they won. And then this team was a bit of an upset. 14th seed to 21st seed, but not a crazy upset. Like, it's a good result for them. They had a great result here. Some big upsets on these boards. So that is a really impressive result. But really, that's the difference, right? They just had one upset, small upset, and otherwise a pretty normal, kind of unremarkable tournament. And all of a sudden, boom, they're playing here. So still, I think it's a great pairing for Offerspo. It's kind of a favored pairing. Queen here, knight f6, bishop h5, takes, and queen takes h6. Oh, Magnus, you can't do it to him like that. Knight g7, queen h8. Magnus, don't do him like that. This looks like a body bag for Magnus, as he's going to pick up at the minimum a pawn here with a checkmating attack as well. And guess what? After queen takes h5, there's not even a check. Black doesn't even get to check Magnus. He doesn't even deserve to check him. Let's jump to Eric's game. It's the one that's actually in progress with stuff going on. Queen g6, all played on the board, and king h6. Not king h8, which, I mean, king h6 probably only makes even more sense, because now rook h1, the king can dad bod shuffle. So I don't know if king h6 is right or not, but in the line we were calculating where the rook tried to get there, hey, at least the king can even go to g5 now. King h6 played. Big alpha, no? Well, it depends what the goal is, Hallie. Eric might think that he's just winning here. Rook f7, takes. I don't know, rook f4. Two bishops, but I don't think there's no risk in that position, right? Isn't white doubling the rooks and playing e5 or something? The dad bod is shuffling. And let me just quickly check the other games. We're going to stay here, obviously. Yeah, this endgame will be a long one. And Chris Henderson won. He won the piece. So, this is just GG. This was absolutely a crush. So we will get a win on this board, and we might get a win potentially literally on every single board. Eric's game looks the most tense. But we also knew that going in. Eric had the black pieces against the 2500 IM. And this guy, or the rating difference between Eric and his opponent was the smallest of any board in this match. So okay, King F2, and now if Bishop takes F5, Rook here, King G5, and some sort of Queen D6 or something. Not too sure what's going on here. Bishop G4, King E3, Chad behavior. Actually, how could you not see F5, Queen there, King F6, Queen D6, draw? Actually, how could you not see that, bro? King G7, maybe you might lose that, J-Bell, no? King G7, Queen E7 check, Bishop F7, Rook H7. You really might lose, no? Gotta be a little careful. It looks suspicious to me at the very least. Queen D6 played, great move. Now, there's clearly some stuff happening here. Let's say you play Bishop takes E4, Queen G3 check, King F5. And by the way, that might not even be the strongest move, but let's say this. Bishop E6 does not work because actually your bishop defends. Now this one will lose, or it looks suspicious. Maybe it doesn't even lose, but it looks wrong. Actually, draw, bro. Bishop G4 looks like the Bishop G4 was, I think, all of our first instinct, right? Just block the check. But actually, after Bishop G4, if you play G3, then all of a sudden Queen takes E4, and Black looks like easily winning. So you need to threaten Queen F4, King G3, again Queen takes E4 from what I can see. And we're threatening all sorts of stuff. So I think White's only move is King E3. And then from here, I don't see any way to defend that. If you move the queen here or here, White's gonna like mate you because Bishop's covering F7. So F5 again looks like a move. And then honestly, Queen F4 check, King here. I don't think you want to play this. You do have Rook H6, which I kind of forgot about. But maybe Rook H6 is... Ooh, Rook here, there's Queen D6. Do we have to take that? That looks a bit gross. That feels wrong. We're down to 40 seconds. Bishop G4 looks like the move, but sorry, what's the move on this? F5 check and Rook H6 looks annoying. Eric played Bishop E4, and I think he's hoping for this draw repetition that we looked at here. I didn't see the move, by the way. Bishop here, king e3. What the hell are we supposed to do here? Like queen h5 or something? Maybe queen h5. I think we had to do this. Like, strange move. Like, f5 was what I looked at, but queen h5 perhaps. Because here, f5 was what I wanted, but queen f4 check and rook here. I think it's easy to convince yourself that this is not great. You have to deal with this. So maybe this was one solution. Queen h5 looks to be another solution. But those are those are weird solutions. I'll tell you that. Bishop takes e4. Well, we know it's not. I mean, bishop g4 was the move. So bishop e4. There must be a mate here. Queen g3. King f5. Lee chess analysis says mate in 9. Okay, so slightly better for white. Slightly better for white. Takes, check. Queen here and okay, there's also there's queen down h7 perhaps after queen g4. There is queen down h7. So it's not just winning the queen with bishop e6. Time's ticking down. 3.5 minutes. Does white spot it? Do you guys spot it? Queen check. King here. Check. If this one, queen h7. Here, this. We can see how that's a mate. Queen here. Check. Yeah, then here, 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 and here. Okay, bishop e4, queen there, queen h3. So this is on the board. And also, by the way, rook g4 check, king f5, queen d7 is also mate. The thing is, hunting for a checkmate, when you're down the amount of material that you're down in this position as white, you know that you're hunting for that mate, right? You know it's there. And if king g5, by the way, queen h4, king here, the g4, queen g3, queen e3, so something here. There seems to be mates everywhere. So we'll see if Eric plays. Yeah, queen g4 looks, in my opinion, trickier. In my opinion, queen g4 is a much trickier move. Because if white goes here, I think you're still fighting. I think what we want is this. Then the dad bot is playing, you know? Bonker sick, that was the line I just put on the board. Queen check, king f4, g3 check, only move king here, rook check. If king here, you get mated in 2. If king here, rook g4, king there is mate in 1. and king takes, gets mated like this. So I believe those are the mates that the opponent has to calculate, and he's got 3 minutes. Should pretty much be a done deal for anyone at his level. Queen h7, by the way, doesn't necessarily indicate that white has spotted checkmate, because queen h7 is the only move. It's literally the only move you can play. He could have played this, but I think he has at least a draw here with queen h3 after. One move that I didn't look at was... Oh no, I did look at king f4. And then queen here and rook h5, yeah. I did look at this. And if queen here... Then check, king here, queen here, and we do the exact same thing that we've been doing. Eric went for king g5, and unfortunately, I think the position is, I don't know, it's too easy. I would have played queen g6, maybe tried those other lines. I think this one is a relatively basic checkmate. Like, this is just a 2-move combo, and you have to take and then just mate. So I think he'll resign probably after rook h5 here. Sorry, he'll play this, of course, and force the line we were talking about earlier. So he'll force the line that we looked at to happen, arguably maybe in a trickier way. Queen g5. That's fair. That's fair. So gotta be this, right? I mean, you're not playing that. I think there's just a delay on the moves here. I think it's a delay on the moves. No? Oh, resigns. You know, the funny thing about this position is that we don't actually get a check. Rook takes, pawn takes, and is just so annoying. Queen e6, like, all I want to do is move somewhere to give a check. And I can't do it. Yeah, we lost the game, guys. Really unfortunate. The team crushed. So the match is a team win regardless. While we obviously want individual success, it's still important that the team won, so we can take some happiness out of today. But when the team is winning by such a big margin, then you're like, then you think about your individual result more, because you're like, oh man, the team's gonna win anyway. I need to lose that game. Wow, Maprail with the deep comment there. Maprail with a very deep comment. Big comment from Maprail. Oof. That's, yeah. Kicking the guy while he's down. Oof. Go Maprail. Eric might have been winning, but I will say, I guess king h6 was just misguided. It needed to be king here and just play this position. But honestly, it kind of felt like when you play king h6 that your king's actually safer out here. You got all these pieces in the way. But this bishop, by the way, so goddamn strong. Do you guys even appreciate how strong this bishop was? There were so many checkmates to this king that only existed because of this bishop. Every single mate that we just looked at was all because of this bishop on b3. Such a strong piece. So I think Eric needed this, followed by queen h5, and sack the queen. Or he needed f5 and like rook h6, sack. Or sorry, not sack, king g7. But these are not easy to spot. Magnus's game ended pretty much immediately. Queen d4. Just domination. Domination by Magnus. There's one more game left. It's this one right here. Ooh, it's tempting to take here. By the way, this is move 39. It's tempting to take here to get this, but then you have to ask yourself, how are you winning the rest of the game? Or are you winning the rest of the game? I believe... Oof, it's close, but you're just not quite. H4, H3. You can try this, but it won't get you anywhere. And if you go here and push this, you'll always run into F4. And then white just chills here. Unfortunate, but yeah, it just doesn't work out. I think if you're white, though, you kind of want to play H4 here. Yeah. And if you're playing that, I think white should play H4 and then just chill. (3-2) lead in the match? No, I think it's 5-1 right now. Like I think it's a very convincing victory. That's a win on the last board for the team. A win on the second last board for the team. A win on board 3. Magnus won, so it's 4. Eric lost his game to a pretty dangerous kind of attack here, which is a little bit crazy. Came out of nowhere. Strike 69, thanks for the 27 months. Welcome back, buddy. And then there's one more game ongoing. So I think 4.5, 1.5 is the likely outcome at the moment, although 5-1 is still possible. Are you talking about this game, Loafs, or what line do you mean exactly? Traded and then H4. Do you think so, Mattis? Like, do you think the result... Let's say if Eric lost the game and that lost the team the match, I think he would be the new beta pet. You know, the beta of the team. I think he would ascend to that moniker. But as the result is like a team win no matter what, I think perhaps you just get a few towel whips, maybe. Maybe that's appropriate. That's right, Loafs. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, honestly. Like, there was some idea of this or this, you know. For sure. But then you can never make progress here, and white just goes like that, yeah. So I think this will be a draw. And then the final will be 4.5 to 1.5. Vidit won again, eh? I'm not really paying too much attention to the rest of the tournament, but Vidit is pretty insane right now. This is an unbelievable score. Whoa. That looked unnecessary. The hell was that? I mean, you still have to play so well as white here. So I say, what the hell was that? But at the same time, I would easily lose to somebody who sacked against me like that. White has no pawn cover, a lot of loose pieces. The conversion by Vidit is still pretty insane here. And here, by the way, he's giving the piece back because he knows that his A pawn will win the game. No, I mean, it's very impressive. If he goes 7 out of 7 in this tournament, I mean, that's a pretty unprecedented scoreline. And it means that his team, well, Navarra also won. It means that Novibor is almost for sure going to win the event. So they're going to win again, which means their match points are going to go up to 12. Offer Spill will move up to 10. This team will lose and therefore stay at 9. We can maybe try to check these other ones to see if there's anything, but it's kind of hard to say, honestly. Beersheva, Chess Club. It's the second match going on. Wow. All draws. Movsizian is on that French club, I think. This one. Yeah. So they're ahead right now. And there's only one game left. So unless Mikhailevsky can win, but yeah, if anything, he's going to lose this game. So it looks like this team is going to win and be at 10 points. But then this team probably has to play against Novibor next because they've played everyone else, haven't they? Yeah, they played Offerspill. Oh, they've already played Beersheva. And they played Superbet. And, I mean, they're just dominating. They're just dominating. So, who are they going to have to play next round? I don't even know. Probably one of these other teams that wins their match. Either this one or this one. Because they've already played Offerspill. They've already played this team. Oh, sorry. This team is going to win. So they're going to play them. Yeah, so I had it backwards. This team is going to win, not Beersheva. Oops. So yeah, they're going to play them for sure. Which means Offerspill is probably going to play one of these teams. Whoever wins. Bayern or Klishchieshek. So it'll be an interesting last round. For example, Vugar Gashimov. This team is like quite strong. Bunch of Azeri players. Vugar and Cliche are both winning. Okay, so then they're either playing one of these two teams. This looks like a dangerous team as well. Objectively, the scarier squad, right? Max Hutlu, Van Vreest, Assam, Valcatro, and I mean, look at how many losses this team has taken overall. Literally, like two losses, like game losses in the entire tournament. They haven't lost a match. So that's a very strong performance as well. It's pretty damn solid. So guys, I think Offerspill and Klishchieshek, I think that's a probable pairing for next round. If I had to speculate, if I had to guess. So Offerspill will be a team favorite? No, I think that's not the case, right? We're definitely not a favorite against this team. No shot. Will be obviously a favorite on board 1, Magnus against Barham, but Barham's 27-20. And then we're outrated on every other board. So we're definitely not a favorite against this team. This team is seeded, what, number 4 overall? But for sure a win against this team would secure second. No doubt. No doubt. Magnus did win again. Yeah, the guy's on an absolute tear. Played a really nice game as well. Vidit also won again. Literally 6 out of 6. Cruise control. Past noon in northern Michigan, you've got alcohol and chocolate. Well, that's the way everyone should be spending their birthday, Eddie. You deserve it. Happy birthday to the Endgame Magician. I'm not sure, Loafs, but I don't think... Eric's a very solid player in the sense that Eric doesn't have tournament results where he's just like loses 5 games, you know, or scores like 2 points out of 9. He just doesn't have these kind of events. So, in general, I think Eric can be considered a pretty consistent, solid player. Doesn't have too many tournaments in his career where he just like completely loses the plot. This is the last game that's ongoing. I think it's basically just going to be a draw. I don't see anything here. As black, I would have taken that knight. Because it's like, once you see this move, I don't know. Just take the thing and go home. I just don't see, even with a knight here, how you could possibly win against somebody shuffling like that. Hello, Valentinian. Good to see Val here as well, anchoring the chat. So team win, but an Eric loss. Bittersweet. Bittersweet. Magnus won again. Aryan had a rest day. I suspect that in the final round, basically all the big boys will play. All the strong players should be playing. The final round is the most important for prizes. So I suspect we'll have Magnus, Aryan, Eric. Honestly, Johann Sebastian has played every game. You might think about resting him. Same with Urkadal. But, I mean, these guys are fine. Very solid. Neither one of them has lost. Why would you take them out, right? And then both of these guys just won their game. You know, objectively, I feel like this is where you put... you have to put Haugen as your higher rated player. But the last round is against a team with a bunch of 2600s, so it's hard not to field your top 6 players. Maybe you switch these last 2 guys if there's something, I don't know, maybe one of them wants to play, one of them's tired, one of them has good prep against their opponent, whatever. But in general, you'd expect the top 6 to play for almost every team in the final round of a team tournament. Unless someone has been having an atrocious event. Also, what about Magnus? Let's check that. Let's check that rating situation. Plus 4.6. Look at the guy. He's struggling here. Plus 1.1. 1.1 for that win. My God. 1.1 is like, barely even notice it. It's crazy what Magnus has to do to gain rating. The guy is literally 4.5 out of 5. And he's gaining 4.5 points. When you're the big dog. Yeah, he just needs to win 40 games, Ralph. Nice and easy. Heat Jr., thanks for the 21 months. Wow, a lot of lads losing rating. You see all this? Vidit, of course, gaining a ton of rating. He's killing it. But look at all these rating losses. We've got a lot of lads bleeding out here, as we say. Naka is going to become maybe top 3 in the world. Maybe he'll become the highest rated player in the world just by not playing. A genius, no? Naka is he's gaming the system. Hasn't played a game and everyone's just bleeding out around him. Go Hickey. It doesn't, Zinzers, but there's something to be said about that. It's like that in a lot of other sports. Tennis, for example. You don't really have an elo, you just have a world rank. Yeah, you can't just sit on your rest on your laurels. But in chess, you do get removed from the rating lists, usually after periods of inactivity. At some point, if you don't play for a year, basically, you get considered inactive. So I think we'll see a draw here. They're playing like on a little bit, but even if you become inactive and your ratings don't appear on the lists, it's not like they decline. It's not like you lose rating. You reactivate just by playing. That's it. You just play. Nothing fancy about it. By the way, what happens here? Because the guys are still playing, so I may as well calculate. If you go here, then clearly this is an issue. But I'm wondering, what about this? If b4 here, b5, and white actually wins. King d5 here, king e4, and king b4. If you take this, then I think white plays d5. King e5 here. I'm not sure if we can take and take. Probably not. Black has this. It's a very complicated endgame. If you push d6 and black takes here, then for sure you're gonna win. But black can play b3. And it's not so clear. In here, there's king e6. Check and queen takes a4. I mean, it's a whole other game. Yeah, this should be a draw. Anyway, these guys are not, like, white has no interest in playing this move. It just makes no sense. So there isn't going to be anything happening in this game. But I thought, whatever. The guys are still here playing. May as well at least look at the move e4. But in all likelihood, this will be a draw. Novibor won their match. I think we were looking at this one. As long as Esipenko doesn't troll here and somehow lose as black, although that should never happen, they should be fine. And yeah, I expect that in the next round, the boys will be playing against this club, Clichy Échec. I think they'll play against them. It'll be a very close match. Should be exciting. Now, I don't know the pairings exactly, so maybe they'll play against this other team, Vugar Gashimov. That's also possible. But it looks like it's going to be one of those two for sure. Because this club, to be fair, Clichy could play against Novibor and we could play against this team. It really depends on this tiebreak thing. You know what I mean? Like this, whatever the tiebreaks are after this round, the higher one will have to play Novibor. So, whichever team I think of this and this one don't play Novibor, I suspect Offerspill will end up playing. However, if you look at the teams here, this team is going to win, this team is going to win, this team and this team and this team are going to win. So that means this team has to play the next highest out of the remaining. And let's just say in terms of the colors swapping, they just played black, they just played white. It makes more sense that they would play them because then they'll have the white pieces, they'll have the black pieces, and it swaps perfectly. Also for Offerspill, they've already played this team, and these clubs have the same color as them this round, so it makes more sense for this team to play against Offerspill. They'll get the white pieces, Offerspill black, so they'll swap again. And then Vugur Gashimov will probably play some team from down here, like that catches up to them this round. Not catches up, but let's say like this team. Let's say this team here wins. They'll have 9 points. Then probably they'll drop down and play them or something. So it's not like it always has to be perfect. That you get white, black every round. But if the colors can work easily, then the pairing system will always try to do that. So I suspect we'll see those two teams play and then these two teams play. Hey, Red Drum. And yes, Novibor is first by 2 points. Exactly. So they basically have first place locked up. They have first place locked up. These guys are still playing. Urkadel, I mean, he's just a chill bro. He doesn't care. He just sit here and just play. He likes the energy, you know. He'll sit here and just play. Sornik, thanks for the 5 months. Appreciate the resub from you. The avocado hoodie is out. It's getting to fall, winter. Got to bring out the avocados in that situation. That's correct, Adam Heartlover. That's my expectation. Even if they go 0-6 in the next round, well, I mean, you just have to assume they won't. Obviously, it's impossible to calculate that because the tie breaks depend on all the results from the other teams. So I'll never be able to answer that for you right now, but that is their best shot at not winning first, obviously. It might need to be Red Drum. You know, gotta send a message. It's Rohirrim, thanks for the 19 months. Thank you, Rohirrim. Eric lost this game, unfortunately. The rest of the team has won so far. I suspect we'll get a draw here. And a team W. But, yeah, Eric made the wrong king move near the end of the game. This king h6 probably needed to be king h8. King h6 was actually an okay move. King h8 much better. But it was okay in the sense that you needed to play somehow perfectly afterwards. And here, bishop g4 was the move Eric took. And then white just uncorked essentially what is a force mate. But very tough to get out of. Like, it was a very weird position. He should have played king h8 though. It was a wild game for sure. King c7. I feel like he's just playing to play. There's nothing going on here. Because if you ever take this, sure, white could take with the king and maybe run into trouble getting Zugzwang, but he's just going to take with the pawn and draw. Unfortunately, yeah, there's just no way through this position. Even though you get a protected pass pawn, it's all locked up and the king can't enter at all. Just like every round. We'll stay till the end, though. If he's here, I'm still here. I will be taking a break probably after the match ends today. But I will be back streaming tonight. So I hope you guys will join us this evening. We haven't had an evening stream in a little bit. Try to wrangle a few bodies, get some guests over. But I've just been so dead waking up for this 8 a.m. commentary that I haven't really had the energy in the evenings. Orped. Indeed, we are. I spoke for the whole chat right there. We're all having a good Saturday. Final battle with the Cramlings. It'll probably be in not this weekend, but the next one. So not this 8th, 9th weekend, but 15th, 16th. One of those days. We'll have to choose. Anna's just away this weekend, I think, so it'll be the weekend after. But even though we're going to stream tonight, don't forget that tomorrow is the final round of the European Club Cup. Eric, Magnus, and Arjen should all be in action for the final round. It should be against a very strong club, and it will seriously affect the final standings for the team. If they win, I suspect they lock up second place. So, big round tomorrow. Again, commentary will be on 8:15 a.m. Eastern. So, hope you join us tomorrow as well. But I'll also be streaming later today. Just going to take a break after this final result gets in, and then be back for a stream this evening, as well as a stream tomorrow. The last round of the event. Oh, the last round's earlier. You guys are right. That's a good point. I remember at the beginning of the event, I said we'll deal with that when we get there. Well, now we've got here. Forgot about that. Now we're here. These times, by the way, aren't totally accurate. It says 9, but it starts at 8:15 every day, so a little bit weird there. Yeah, so basically it's these rounds start like 8:15. This round starts at basically 4:15. 4:15. So now the only option is to stream the entire evening. It's the only way to do it. But the only way I'm going to do that is if I take a nap. So now I definitely need a nap after after this morning commentary. There's no other choice. We have to go full degen. Aidstorm, thanks for the brand new sub to the channel. Welcome, buddy. Appreciate it. But yeah, you guys are actually, thank you for the reminder. It's gonna start 4 hours earlier. So these times aren't necessarily correct, but 4 hours earlier than when it started every day. That's what we need to remember. 4:15 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're European, perfect. If you're on the West Coast or in North America Eastern time, sorry. And there we go. There's the draw on the board. Knight takes bishop. About time. So I can officially say that the team wins, and they won by a margin of 4.5 to 1.5. So pretty good margin there. Like, it was a very decisive victory. It was never in doubt. Unfortunately, Eric lost, so he's going to be down a little bit of rating. From that, feels bad, man. However, in the final round, my prediction, we'll wait and see what the pairings are. It might change, but my strong prediction is Novibor will play against this team, and this team, Cliché Échec, will play against Offerspiel. So if everybody plays, then I believe you can only assume that their team will field their best players. And if they do, then we should be playing Emin Bassem, and probably with the black pieces. All right, so that should be the pairing. If Eric plays, Aryan plays, and Magnus plays, and then their top three also play, should be Emin Bassem with the black pieces. The team won. Eric lost. Feels bad, but we'll be back. Be back with a vengeance tomorrow, and a win for the boys tomorrow would put them in second place, I think, overall. So it should be Eric against Emin Bassem. Very tough pairing, but definitely a winnable match there. I think it's a good pairing for Eric, actually. Jordan maybe is a tougher pairing. You know, Jordan is he's an erratic player. Exactly, Gob. Not bad for the boys at all. Okay, but commentary for tomorrow is not at 8 a.m. Eastern. It is at 4 a.m. Eastern. 4 a.m. Eastern time. Jordan probably will play Aryan, which will be a really fun match as well. I'm not sure what I'm going to do for this commentary. We'll see if I can get a nap, like maybe an extended nap in today. Maybe do a really late stream and then potentially stream into the morning. Or I'll do an earlier stream in the evening, won't stay up too late, and then I'll wake up at the ungodly hour of 4 a.m. Ungodly hour. 4 a.m. on a Thanksgiving Sunday. How ridiculous. So we'll see what we're going to do. Maybe we'll join the commentary a couple hours in. I'm not sure. But that is just brutal. 4 hours earlier. Not even a couple hours. 4 hours. God damn. God damn. We'll see. But I got to take a break now. No matter what, though, I'll see you guys this evening. Please join. We'll do a Saturday night stream, which we haven't done in a little bit. Haven't done an evening stream because we've been doing this early commentary. But hope to see you guys around this evening. Going to send the raid off right now. Take care. Thanks for watching. And a big match for Eric and the squad tomorrow, because a win will put them probably in second place. And I think we'll be facing this team, which, as you can see, is insanely tough. Like the 5th overall team. So hopefully we can make it alive for commentary. Whistle Cube, thanks for 26 months. We want to survive for commentary tomorrow morning, but we also want to be back this evening for a stream. So, bye guys. Take care. We'll send the raid off. Lots of places we can throw you guys right now. Dennis is still going. There we go. Chess Weeb. I'm going to keep raiding you guys to Chess Weeb and hoping that you come back and you're not infected. We don't want you guys returning as weebs. So this is a sobriety test. Come back safe, dear raiders. Don't be converted. Don't fall into the trap. Bye for now. See you tonight.